There we go. Cool. What's going on, y'all? Let's go ahead and get some conversations going. Go ahead and start liking the live. I do see people coming in. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to everybody who's coming in right now. Even if you disagree with me, I still want to have a discussion with you. We can still go ahead and talk. I know not all y'all agree with me. There's a lot of people joining right now. I know y'all all y'all don't agree with me. So go ahead and request if you would like to speak with me more. Yes, speak with me further. If you want to speak with me more, speak with me further, go ahead and request, and we can go ahead and get a conversation going, y'all. Again, I appreciate everybody being here. Y'all see the topic of discussion. Yeah, I do see the topic of discussion. If you disagree with me, go ahead and come on up and let's have a discussion about it. I do know there's a lot of people live right now. Doria is live. Justin is live. So there's a lot of us live right now. Probably after this, I'll probably join one of their lives. I'll talk to one of them as well. I'll be on their lives as well. So if y'all want to go ahead and have a conversation, have a discussion, go ahead and hit that guest button. Hit that guest button, like the live, share it, and let's talk. Okay, so I see Egg King Colt. I don't like talking to chats. So Egg King Colt, since I see that you're probably in opposition to me, I'm gonna go ahead and send you a request to come on up. Um, Here's the thing about me, y'all. I don't like talking to chats. So go ahead and request if you'd like to request. Egg King, how's it going?
It's going, man. Living life.
All right, cool, man. So are you over 18 for TikTok purposes?
Yes.
All right, so you said to explain, say that comment again, please.
If you say there is no God, how do you explain people like me who spent their whole lives worshiping the devil suddenly turning to God overnight?
You worship the devil?
I used to.
Okay.
Now I'm a devout Catholic.
Okay, great. The fact that you actually worship Satan or a character named Satan is actually it's actually like a pretty
I
much
don't mean literally worshiping the devil. I just mean like dabbling in all things against Christ.
like what?
Like drugs, sex, money, gangs, kind of shit. Like people
Did you grow up in
like situations where God wouldn't normally be found is where I spent most of my life. And then one night I went to sleep and I had this weird dream that told me my life was going in the wrong direction and that I should be saved for what's to come. And I spent the rest of my time when I woke up being devoted to God because he simply told me that it was time for me too.
cool? Did you what type of community did you grow up in?
I'm from Chicago, South Side,
From Southside Chi-Town?
Chirac.
Chirac? You near O Block?
60 is that 63rd? Yeah, close.
Okay, so you already grew up in a neighborhood that or in a community that actually primed you to do those things. That doesn't mean that there was any devil that was part of you. It just means that you were already in a community where something like that could happen. I'm from Florida, you know what I mean? So I grew up in Little Haiti for a little bit, and then I moved to West. I actually moved to East Side. There were a lot of gangs and stuff like that around there too. You feel me? Like, especially during around that time, like Haitians and African Americans didn't get along, and I'm Haitian. You know what I mean? So it's like during that time, it would have been, conducive for me to join the gang as well because of that, but I didn't. I grew up Christian my entire life. So how do you explain me growing up Christian my entire life and not believing anymore?
Because you simply don't want to believe. It's just that. You simply do not want to believe.
Gotcha.
Keyword being anymore.
Give me one
Stating
second.
that
Give me one sec.
once.
Give me one second, Egg. Valkyrie, I do see you in the chat. I'm gonna bring you up, not in the chat, in the comment box. I'm gonna bring you up right after I talk to Egg. Okay? Give me about 10 minutes with Egg, and I'm gonna bring you up. All right, Valkyrie. All right. So you said that I simply don't want to believe. The problem is that's not how belief works. You're either convinced or you're not convinced.
How so, though?
What do you mean how so? That's how
Since
belief
God
works.
isn't based on being convinced, it's about everything around you. Literally in our DNA,
No, it's not.
like God is embedded
No, it's not.
scientifically. If you look at our chromosomes through microscopes, you will see the letters YHWH.
That was
Yahweh,
a hoax.
literally life. We inhale, we exhale God. We are
Hold on,
simply
slow down, slow down. Listen to what I'm saying to you. That little thing about YH. Number one, that was a hoax, and number two, the way that scientists like look at DNA in genetics, they just apply numbers to it for them to understand it better. That doesn't mean that God literally wrote Himself into our DNA. And not only that, they even looked into it that the sequence isn't even YH. It's something else. Did you like look that up to make sure that what that said is true? Because any like
yes,
geneticist will tell you that's not true.
it's literally in our chromosomes.
Right. This is what I'm saying
Maybe
to you.
maybe
Listen,
it
hold
may
on,
not be
wait. Listen,
YH, but it's literally our
wait. Hold
lifeline.
on, listen to what I'm saying to you.
You
When
don't think
that
it's
claim,
weird that
hold on,
every
bro,
species
hold on.
bleeds
Listen, bro,
red?
listen,
You
bro.
don't think that's weird?
Listen for a second. Listen to me for a second. That claim that you made about YH being in our chromosomes, like that's been around for a while, and geneticists will tell you that isn't true. That's what I'm saying. So it's not in our DNA that God is in our DNA.
And that's all fine and dandy, I guess. I'm not gonna argue that, but I can't argue the existence of God because I've seen the existence of God.
Have you seen the existence of Shango?
Of who?
Shango.
What is that?
Okay, Shango is one of the primary deities of African or of Yoruba religion. He's also a primary deity in Santeria. He's a primary deity in Haitian Vodou. He's a primary deity in a lot of West African diasporic religions. Have you seen proof of that?
No, I've never even heard of that.
Okay, me being
But
alive is
I'm gonna
proof.
look that up now that you brought that. How do I spell that?
Shango is spelled Shango. Shango.
Okay.
All right, me being alive is proof of Shango. You believe me?
I mean, I could say the same thing about God. Me being alive is proof of God. I'm a
Right.
four-time cancer
So
survivor of childhood cancer.
so
You told
why?
me I was going to die more times than I can count, and yet here I am still breathing life. Why? I believe it's because God kept me to preach the word of God because we're living in a time that denies God, and that's the problem.
No,
We
we're living
once
it.
lived in unity,
We're
and that's the point of
we
God
we
to
never
bring
lived in
unity
unity.
to the universe.
We never lived in unity. Cause hold on, cause you're making a lot of claims. Number one, I am happy that you survived 4 times of cancer. That's wonderful. I am happy that you are alive. But you need to understand that there are a lot of people who died. Why is proof that you're alive proof of God, but proof of them dying is not proof of God? What's the difference?
Because it was simply just not their time.
What if it wasn't
If they
yours?
live, it's because they have a purpose, and if they die, it's because they need a better purpose for what's after life.
That makes
We don't know
absolutely
what
no
God
sense.
has planned for us, but we know that everything that has been done has been predicted and is continued to be prophesied,
Right, but
and
that
all those
my problem.
prophecies have
Hold on,
been
no,
coming true in
egg,
the coming
wait,
years.
listen. Don't just go with your script. You need to think critically about this, okay? You're simply saying that what you're displaying right now is survivorship bias. You're saying because you live, that's proof of God, but if people died, that's also proof of God. Why'd he leave? Damn, he left, y'all. He did leave. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and bring Valkyrie up. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if eggs if his battery died or something, but he dropped out for some reason. That's too bad. All right, y'all. Keep liking the live and share it. Share it with anyone that you think will like enjoy this discussion. And we'll go ahead and keep liking the live and we'll keep it pushing. Valkyrie, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all right. You over 18 for TikTok purposes?
I am 19.
Great. Give me 1 second. Jack and Jules, I do see you on the guest box. Give me about 10 minutes with Valkyrie, and I'll get to you guys. All right. All right. So Valkyrie, you disagree with what I got on the board?
I think so.
All right. Sure. Why so?
I do believe in a God. I don't know if I'm talking about the same God as you. I kind of just realized that there is no S's.
I am not sure what you mean.
When I was still in the commenting area, it was cut off slightly, and so I couldn't really read all of it. I believe in a multi-pantheon, not one high God. So I don't think this is where I belong. Sorry to waste time.
Hey, not a problem. You have a great one.
Yep, you too. Toodles.
W pagans. My grandmother was one. All right, Jack. I'm gonna bring you up next. Jules, you'll be right
Yo,
after
what's
Jack. Jack, what's going on?
yo, I was on last week. You remember me?
Uh,
You we were having a conversation about different aspects of like the country and stuff. I don't know. I was only on for like 5 minutes, but we were talking about like police and stuff. I don't know.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah,
You know.
cool. Yeah, I kind of remember you
Yeah,
now. All
yeah,
right, cool. So you disagree with anything I
yeah,
got on
yeah,
the board?
yeah, 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 yeah. So I would just kind of like want to ask you some questions because I feel like debating isn't really gonna convince either of us.
Hmm.
What are the reasons you don't believe that there is a God? Like not even like a Christian God, but just like a God in general.
There's no evidence of it being the case, and it has no utility for my life.
Like, do you think that there's anything that points to there being a God?
Not the one that the religions claim.
All right.
There are people who claim that God is simply, quote unquote, the foundation of reality. And as far as we know, the foundations of our reality is like things like electrons, leptons, quarks. So if they're saying that God is indistinguishable from leptons and quarks, then I have to be like, well, okay, quarks exist. So if that's your definition of God, then yeah, that exists. But if we're gonna be talking about like the religions is supernatural, omnipotent, anthropomorphic being that interacts with the universe, there's no evidence of that.
Yeah. I mean, like even with with quarks, them going like in and out of existence on like the quantum level, is there anything that you see in the universe that kind of, in your mind, makes you question if there's something outside of the universe, or do you believe that the universe is all there is?
Oh, I don't know if there's something outside of the universe. Outside of the universe makes no sense because if you're gonna say everything that we know is within this universe, so if we're gonna talk about outside of the universe, then you're just basically saying that there's something outside of space and time, which in everything that we know, all of reality is within space and time. So anything outside of space and time is either irrelevant or doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Now, if there's a multiverse, like that's a very interesting thought experiment. There could be a multiverse, and I think in string theory, there's some mathematics to show that there could be. And on the quantum level, like you said, like things pop in and out of existence all the time, so it has to go somewhere. You know what I mean? So it's those are very interesting theories. There could be multiverses or whatever, but I don't know if there are. And I'm not a particle physicist, so I can't show there's any evidence that there is. So as of right now, like it's interesting. There could be, but I'm not gonna put any hard beliefs on it. But as far as anything supernatural existing, like spirits, gods, those have absolutely no evidence. So there's no reason for me to believe it.
Different dimensions or things like that. I get you. I get you. I guess I can like maybe posit to you some of the reasons. For me personally, there's multiple different reasons that I've come to the conclusion that God exists. I guess I can posit some of those. Like, I think for me, one of the things that kind of led me to that conclusion was like learning about like entropy, the law of entropy. Um, which as you know, is like everything like layman's terms is pretty much if you everything is falling apart basically. Um, Yet we have life, and life exists like paradoxically uh, in a universe that is governed by entropy. Like it's a law; everything falls apart. So when I think about like Big Bang or the creation of the universe, like honestly, that's not really too much of like a question for me. Like I don't really, that doesn't really inform my opinion as much. It's just like if everything from the beginning of time has been falling apart, how do things come together in a universe like that to create something as intricate as life? Like, oh, what do you think about that kind of idea?
Yeah, give me a second. Jules, Cody, and KK, I see you guys all in the request. I'm gonna bring you guys up one by one. KK, I think is a friendly of mine, so I might bring her up in a little bit. But yeah, as far as everything that we see, why is there existence and not non-existence? I don't know.
Well,
The things that you're talking about, you basically you need to probably speak to a physicist, something like that, because from as far as what we know, like you're saying that everything increases in disorder, correct? But somehow life came together.
yeah, it's like life shouldn't exist in a universe with our like physics,
This
or at least like
that's
our
not what
laws.
physics says though. The according to the laws of physics, I mean, you can't say that life shouldn't exist without with. Oh, it's Michaela. Hey, Michaela. You can't say life shouldn't exist without the laws of physics that we have, because life it does exist with the laws of physics that we have. The laws of physics that we have is actually conducive for life. If we were to change the laws of physics, like this has been an experiment before, this is what the fine tuning thing is. If we were to change some of the constants in the laws of physics, life as we know it wouldn't exist. Now there could still be some forms of life. It's just that the life that we understand to be life wouldn't exist. So there could still be life with the laws of physics. The laws of physics that we have is actually conducive for life because we have it.
Yeah, I just don't feel like it's really it's I want to say not intellectually honest, but it doesn't make much sense to me, the premise of matter breaking down, and as it breaks down, it forms mechanisms that, you know, create, whether through gravity or whatever, create DNA self-replicating, which creates cells and then organisms. It's like it breaks down so much that it creates something that uh is in reverse. Like that doesn't really make much sense to me. Like the way I see life, it's something that exists inside of our universe, but
Hmm.
could not have originated inside of our universe. Maybe that's just my opinion.
Why not?
Um, uh, because
Because
it goes
here's the problem though,
like,
Jack. Here's the problem though, Jack. You're saying just because you don't understand something, therefore it couldn't be. That's nonsense.
yeah, I'm not saying it can be. I'm just saying I'm giving you my personal opinions. I'm not really necessarily trying to debate you because, like I said, like I don't think I'm ever going to be able to change your opinion. I don't think you're necessarily ever going to be able to change mine just because we have different life experiences. I'm just kind of like spitballing, wanting to hear another perspective on some things that I've thought about. Um, I mean, because would you ever consider there being a God, or are you kind of just like, yeah, no, there's no God?
I would consider there being one if evidence is brought forth, but I haven't seen that yet. I mean,
Like,
the
what
thing
makes
is like entropy in science has something to do with like disorder and randomness. Like, sure, we can't understand how randomness can form order. Like, I don't really understand it. You have to speak to, like I said, a physicist for
like,
you to completely
yeah,
understand that. But like, simply saying that we don't understand how that happens doesn't mean that it needs to be something supernatural to cause it to happen. This just could just be the natural state of our universe.
and there's also like not really too much evidence that it's not. You know what I mean? Like to me, it's like not believing in God is almost like how some people like believe the Earth is flat just because they've never seen the curvature, or like I could say, oh, the Earth doesn't have a core, or the core of the Earth is actually made of cheese or something like that, just because I've never been down there to say. It's like, nah, there's stuff that points to there being the existence of a round Earth. There's stuff that points to there being, the core of the Earth, or anything of that matter that you don't necessarily see.
Right. But that's
So
what I'm
like, I was
saying,
just wonder
Jack.
like what makes you atheist instead of like agnostic? When there's so many things that's like,
Because
what? Sure, maybe I haven't seen like hard proof, but it seems more likely than not that there is a God.
right,
You
but
know,
that's the thing, that there isn't any. There
you
isn't any
don't.
any God that you claim, that any God, especially from the major religions that they claim, there isn't any. Like
Well, even
there's evidence of what the core of the earth is made out of because of our magnetic field. We know what causes that. There's evidence of the earth being round because, shadows, math, etc. And we have pictures of it. There's evidence of that. There's evidence of Jupiter because we can actually look in the telescope and see it. I mean, there's evidence of the Big Bang because of, thank for the crown. I appreciate y'all. There's evidence of what the Big Bang is because of the microwave background radiation and other mathematical models, et cetera, et cetera. There's evidence of those things, but what people claimed God to be, this anthropomorphic creature that interacts with the universe, there just is no evidence of that.
Well, I wouldn't consider God to be an anthropomorphic creature. I would consider him to be everything that exists, and simply because consciousness exists, then uh, the amalgamation of everything would also have consciousness too. That's pretty much the way I like rationalize it. But in the same way, I have witnessed uh, miracles. I know people who have witnessed witnessed miracles also, and I could say those are proof that God exists. But again, you haven't witnessed those things.
Yeah, I
Um,
have.
like if you like you yourself have referenced different African religions and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Like the supernatural does exist. Like it's
Okay,
I mean
prove it.
you could I mean I'm not in Haiti right now, but if you went down to Haiti, I'm pretty sure they could prove it to you. If you
Yeah,
went to certain places in
yeah,
Brazil,
I've
they
been to
could prove
yeah, I've been to Haiti and none of them proved it. Matter of fact, I've always said this. I've always said this. Like I have complete respect for West African religions. I also think that we should, if Black people are going to be spiritual, we need to connect with the spiritual practices of our African ancestors. I've always said that, but that doesn't make it true. Because if Haitian voodoo was like something that was real, and Haitian voodoo was something that was powerful, France would have been a third world country years ago.
I mean, I tend to.
But it's like my thing is that all of these claims really don't hold up to scrutiny. Once you start to question it and once you start to ask for the evidence of it, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Like the supernatural, like for example, I can say it can exist, but like it like is it possible that the supernatural exists? Let's say for the sake of argument, yeah, it's possible. What's the proof of it? If you don't have any, why should I believe it?
Well, I mean, there's supernatural proof. Like for example, like I'll just give you one thing that I witnessed. I witnessed a wound that would have needed stitches be closed up in a matter of seconds simply through prayer. Um,
You recorded this?
Bleeding out, blood on the floor and everything.
You
I
recorded
didn't
this?
record it, but no, I was younger. I was 12 years old.
Okay,
And
so
it was my
some
younger brother. He
all right. So your
Yeah,
younger brother got it.
but again, that's not something that like I can prove to you that happened.
Well, yeah, that is something that you
No,
can
there was
prove
only
if.
three people. It was me, my brother, and my dad.
Okay, that's extremely
But
convenient
but
because hold on. This is what I'll say. That's extremely convenient. You know why? I can say me, my sister, and my dad. We saw Shango come down from the sky and said that we should all worship African gods instead of the Christian God. Are you gonna believe me just because I say so?
I might
Why? Why would you believe
like
that?
I don't because
That
I mean if there's no if it's a situation if you were to say my sister got her like leg gashed open and then some spirit name or I don't know whatever you said came down and healed it and there was blood everywhere and then it closed in front of your eyes, then I'd be like, damn, that's crazy. But
but
again, I'm
why
not
would you
bringing this
believe
up
me? That's what I'm saying.
that it happened. I'm bringing it up to say like, yo, there's a lot of different people who have supernatural experiences, right? To say there's no evidence of the supernatural is to discredit every single supernatural experience that like people have had, and you can't
Correct.
explain supernatural with natural because it's supernatural. You
That
know what
but
I'm saying? Like
but that's
you're
the
asking for
but
physical
hold on,
evidence
Jack.
to
Jack,
explain
that's exactly the problem. All these people can claim supernatural things. Which one of you are right? Because you can't all be right unless every single God came out there is correct. My bad. Hey, Michaela, how's it going? Michaela, you there? All right. Son the Woods. I'm gonna bring you up in a second. I'm not sure what happened to Julian. Jules was there, but I'm not sure what happened to him. Oh crap, he's
I'm
gone.
like, oh, by the way, Jack, I'm like, I don't know why you were bringing up like Haitian voodoo as if
Oh, that was me.
Volsy is not
Yeah, no.
Haitian.
Yeah,
Like,
I
is
brought
that
it
why
up.
you brought that up? Because I'm like,
Yeah, I'm the one who brought that up because I told
because
him
I was
that
so
would he.
confused by that.
Nah, no problem. I'm the one who brought that up because I told him like would he believe me if I posited to him my Haitian gods.
Oh, hold on. One sec, man.
Yeah, no problem, Sono. Michaela, how's it been going?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm good. I'm good. Jack, you dropped out for some reason. I'm not sure what happened. I'll bring you back up. If you're here next. If you're here
No, I'm
another
back.
time.
I'm back.
You back? All right. Should I call you Soul?
Yeah, you can just call me Jay.
All right, cool. All right, y'all. We've been on here for a few minutes. Go ahead and like up the live. Please go ahead and try to get me to 1,000. Make sure to gift the panel if you like anything that they're saying. I do have a live goal up. If you want to subscribe to help me out more, go ahead and do that. Also, TikTok, we all know is gonna end within probably like the next 45 days. So I do have a YouTube page. Click the link tree in my bio. I'm there as well. You guys can go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube because we're gonna be taking that over there. All right. Jay.
Mostly, by the way, I haven't seen
Yeah.
anything going on in the Black Atheist Discord.
Yeah, it's been a little.
I haven't gotten any notifications over there.
Yeah. It's been a little quiet. It's been a little quiet.
Seems like it's been real quiet over there.
It has. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make a post tonight and ask everybody if everybody's okay, so we can try to get people subscribed again and everything. But all right. So Jay, you over 18 for TikTok purposes, correct?
Yes, sir. Just turned 18 on Thursday.
All right, great. Disagree with what I got on the board, correct?
Year?
2006. I was born December 5th, 2006.
Cool.
Mostly, I'm bad at math in my head.
That's 18.
Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah. We could do it. All right, y'all. So remember, keep liking the live,
You
yo.
want to confirm that for your live, honey?
Yeah. We do want to confirm that, but yeah, that is 18 because in 2006 I was 18, so it's been 18 years later. Damn, I'm old. All right, so
Oh wow!
yeah.
Already?
Yeah, it's been 18 years. Crazy. All right, so Soul J, let's go ahead and talk for about 15 minutes. I know you disagree with what I got on the board. Talk to me.
all right. So, firstly, I'm sure you've been outside before. Obviously, you've seen plants and whatnot, right?
Mhm.
And we are all frequently experiencing gravity. What are the odds of everything like that coming in all on its own?
One.
There's a certain gravitational force where if it was a tenth stronger, we'd all be crushed, or if it was a tenth weaker, we'd all be floating. It would kill us.
Okay.
So if you can logically explain how all that fell all on its own, because if you blow some stuff up in a junkyard, you're not getting a BMW. You blow some stuff up in space, you're not getting all we have here. Everything down to the last molecule in order.
All right. So
But does that mean a God exists though?
I think he's
I mean,
trying to say
points
that
to-
it points to the like
I don't
deliberate.
believe it points to it. Because there still has to be evidence.
Right. So I think what you said call you Jay. My bad. All right. So Jay, I think the issue is that you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what the Big Bang actually is. It wasn't an explosion. It's just an expansion of space time. And if you're gonna be asking, how did everything quote unquote fall together, you're gonna have to go ahead and ask a particle physicist, or a quantum physicist. A lot of them might not even know. Why things are the way they are is a mystery. We just know that there are constants in the universe, and the chances of it happening are one because it's here.
Well, certainly that's a given. But the other thing, when you look at the Bible, is obviously it's not too hard to decipher from my name. I'm Christian. When you look at the Bible, right, it's a number of notes and testimonies from the apostles that lived.
Well, I'm like,
So,
well,
in the same
Jay,
regard-
a lot of us atheists are former Christians. I can't speak for Volsi, but I was definitely Christian. I'm aware what's in the Bible. I don't know for Volsi's case, but I was definitely a Christian.
Yeah,
I forget
same.
for Volsi, but I was.
Yeah, same. I was a Christian.
So
One of my
both former Christian.
former Christian. Yeah, I was born into a Christian family. My grandmother on my dad's side was a Haitian voodoo practitioner, which is why I know about it, and because I read up about it a lot. I read a lot about it as well.
Well, I'll tell you this, you guys, I ain't always been a Christian either. Before I was a Christian, I was first for a little while there, I was agnostic, and then I was pagan, and then I went to more Satanism. But
W
eventually, after
paganism.
seeing evidence, I became Christian. But that's not why I'm up here.
All right, cool. But
No,
the thing is, I'm
But
saying is that yeah, you're kind of. Hello. That's correct, Volsi. Jerome. No. Everything sounds like everything that I would like to do actually. Definitely. Nine tomorrow 9 a.m. Yes, I can make that. That is okay. Okay. Let me take a look. Yeah, I got it. Actually, no, I didn't get it yet. I got it. Okay, not a problem. No problem. Thank you. Hey, sorry about that, guys. Can you hear
those
me?
were originally pagan. Those were originally pagan traditions that came from
I'm
the
aware.
winter solstice.
Yes.
Those were all concepts derived from the winter solstice and the winter festivals that
Oh, I'm
were
aware.
at one point in time pagan traditions, and a lot of the times through history we've slowly adopted a lot of those traditions and kind of crossed the two.
Hey guys, can you give
Yes,
me a quick
With that being
agreed.
pause?
said,
Hey, everybody, pause
with that
real
being
quick.
said, hold on.
Everybody, pause real quick. Everybody, pause real quick. I do appreciate everybody being here once again. I see Dorian and Kayla in the guest box. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you guys up in a bit. Just give me about a few more minutes with Jay. I'm sorry about that, guys. I did get a phone call. Please go ahead and start liking the live, y'all. I'm still less than 1,000. I should have had 1,000 by now. So go ahead and keep liking the live. All right, let's go ahead and continue discussion. I kind of missed the last few moments because of I was on that call.
So
Also,
Jay was saying
you
that
guys are hold on.
the people that created the gospels like Luke and I'm like them, there was evidence that they were original people. And I said, well, I've never heard of evidence like that. If they are, I'm not going to deny that. But but what I said to him, Volsi, is even if like it was confirmed that Luke, John, etc. existed, it doesn't mean that the biblical stories are true. We know that that Santa
Okay.
Claus was a real
Okay.
person.
Okay.
What inspired the story of Santa Claus. It doesn't mean that there's a white man coming down the chimney on
Okay.
Christmas
Right.
Day.
So like
So,
when it comes to
okay.
the
Hold on.
gospels, just
So,
add real quick. When it comes to the gospels, is it possible that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were actually real people that existed? Sure, that's completely possible. But we do know that they're not probably the ones that wrote the gospels themselves because like the gospels are completely anonymous and we have no clue who wrote it. As a matter of fact, I think if it was either Matthew or Luke, it was one of them. There's something called the synoptic problem where all of them copy each other, and then in other parts they all veer off in different directions completely. So the Gospels have a lot of problems themselves, and not to mention that it's probably the longest game of
agreed.
telephone that we've ever had.
Point being though, there's written down eyewitness testimony of Christ and his miracles and of a vast majority of
But
the
none
things
of
that
those
happened.
eyewitnesses
Hold
were
on.
alive during the
Don't cut me
time of
off. Don't cut
Christ.
me off. Respectfully, don't cut me off. In the same way that you would argue that they didn't, or that the eyewitness testimony of them would be invalid, you'd have to follow the same logic there with people like the founding fathers. Obviously, we still have the document, but we also have the documents and the transcripts from the Bible. Therefore,
Here-
it's written down. So if you believe that the founding fathers were the ones that wrote the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, it's kind of a similar concept there with the apostles and the Bible.
You know why it's
That
not?
have direct quotations.
I don't think it's similar at all.
Yeah, the reason why it's not similar at all is because the only accounts that we have of the Jesus miracles is the Bible itself. For the founding fathers, we don't only just have an account that's random. We have their own writings, and we have the writings of people that existed in England during that time. Because remember, there was a war that happened. So like people in England
And we
wrote
have the
about
writings of people,
right. Hold on,
and we have the writings of people that existed during that time.
no, we don't.
And they
That
were
hold on, wait.
written
So
transcripts
Jay, hold on,
that were
Jay, hold on, wait,
translated from the Bible.
Jay, pause real quick. The only account that we have of Jesus' so-called miracles is the Bible itself. We have nothing outside of that.
Yeah, because we didn't have cameras. There wasn't really technology back in that day.
It doesn't
have
ma-
to write stuff down as to what we saw.
Right.
It-
It doesn't
with that
matter if there
being
was.
said,
I'm not saying
It
that
was
it had to
thousands
be.
of years ago.
Right, Jay,
So you have to take that into
Jay,
account. That a
I
lot of
know,
that
I
was
know.
thousands of
Jay,
years
hold on, listen, slow down. What is it with y'all tonight, man? Relax. I understand that there were no cameras during that time, but that doesn't mean that we won't have extra sources. Like for example, for Alexander, we don't. For example, Alexander the Great, right? We don't only just have the writing accounts of Greek historians. We also have the writing accounts of Egyptian historians. You know what I'm saying? Now, if it was only Greek historians who wrote
Yeah.
about Alexander and we had no artifacts of him, we have nothing in Egypt saying that he existed, nothing of India saying that he existed, nothing from Persia saying that he existed, we had nothing else. It was only one papyrus saying this guy, Alexander the Great, probably took over half the known world at that time. We would probably doubt that Alexander the Great was a real person. But we have way more than that. Not just his writings, but another historian's writings, the writings of other historians from cultures around that area, plus artifacts. Jesus doesn't have any of that. He just has this one document.
I mean, so
I'm like,
if
but
you
also to
look
add
at
to,
one of
I'm
the
like,
main
also
religions that opposes
Volsi.
Christianity, hold on. If Jesus really wasn't, if he really didn't exist, then how is it that we have someone? Because I'm not sure if you guys have read any of the Quran at all, but the Prophet Muhammad in the Quran also mentions him.
Yeah, right. I'm not saying Jesus didn't exist. I'm saying he could have existed. It's just that I'm gonna let Michaela go afterwards because she wanted to say something. But it's not just that. I'm not saying that Jesus absolutely could not have existed. It's possible that Jesus existed, but his miraculous miracles are only documented in one place. So there's not a lot of evidence of that. Not only that, Prophet Muhammad lived about 600 years after Jesus. So it's like me writing
Right.
about Mansa Musa. You feel me? But go ahead, Michaela. I think you had something to say.
Oh, I just wanted to say, if you want me to moderate the live, I'm like, I will if you wanted me to.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's all I wanted to say on that.
I gotta give you mod powers. Give me a few moments to figure that out. Well, I'm already live, but I'll give you mod powers. Just give me a few minutes. But yeah, Jay, do you understand what I'm saying?
That there were of Jesus, the Catholic Church currently possesses.
But I'm like, but Jay, I don't think any of us have like. Let me speak for me. If I've never not been open to the possibility that individual people that I'm like that biblical scriptures have been based off of could not have been real people. Like I'm not opposed to that idea, but one, there's no evidence, so there's that. Outside of that, like if I'm like it doesn't like, but it doesn't mean necessarily that there were miracles and all of a sudden the virgin could give birth. It doesn't mean that but the idea that individuals could have existed has never not been something I've been open to. Like, okay, Jesus was a real person.
Okay,
Doesn't
so
mean he's the son of God.
hear me out. We move away from the gospel as well, or we can move away from the gospel, and we go on ahead and move more towards. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, correct? Where
Yeah.
it was
Yes,
burned
I'm
up
aware
with
of
sulfur.
the story. Yes.
Our historians found sulfur balls that are 99% burned up sulfur.
Right. Do you
I had
know?
to go.
Right.
Daylight service here.
Gotcha.
So
I was gonna
I gotta
say,
go.
yeah, cool.
This
I
is
was
mean yellow.
no problem, Jay. I was gonna say what historians and archaeologists also found in that area, a volcano. So yeah, finding sulfur balls near a volcano.
So again, it doesn't verify the story of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Right, exactly.
I'm like, again, like there could always be some truth in mythology. It doesn't mean that mythology becomes truth. And I don't understand like why that's like a hard concept. Like
Exactly.
even if Jesus was a real person, that doesn't mean that he's the son of God. The same with Mary. It doesn't mean that that a virgin could give birth. The last time I checked, honey, okay, I'm gonna edit this for TikTok, but there's a certain act that has to be done. Certain acts that have to be done in order to conceive, unless you go down the path of virtual fertilization. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I think Dorian is a friendly. Dorian, you're probably on my side, right?
Yeah, I was really just want to respond to him. But I'll just say my piece real quick and I'll hop back down so you can let other people go. But
Not a problem.
one, the planets and the universe, we easily can explain that it wasn't just simply like pre-Big Bang. We don't know. Post-Big Bang, it was hydrogen and helium were created. Those created stars. Stars created debris. Debris cooled, collected together into planets. That's a pretty simple fact that we know. And then also when you brought up the Alexander and other famous like historical figures, he failed to realize that even with people like Alexander the Great, there's coins that we find all over Europe with his name on it, currency. Like you said, there's multiple different cultures of stories. When you want to talk about Abraham Lincoln, there's documents with his name on it. Outside of the religion of Christianity, no matter which document you want to talk about, if you go outside of that culture, there is no evidence of anything historical like the sun and the moon coming, like, you know, some of the documents, what's quote documented in the Bible are such huge historical events that they would have to be documented elsewhere if they were true. Like the moon splitting in half, every culture in the world that was alive would have a story of the moon splitting in half. We don't have anything like that. So I just think
Correct.
if you believe it, it's cool, but to try and use those type of reasonings to say why they don't, I think is just crazy because it's so easily debunked.
Well, Dorian, I also think it's cognitive dissonance.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely.
I also think it's cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't even want to say delusion because I'm like, it is delusional, but at the same time, like, people are really indoctrinated like into this stuff. So I can't even say because these people really believe this stuff.
Yeah, they
They
do.
truly believe that these things are real. Like, I'm like, and I know this as someone who was once a Christian. They really do believe this stuff is real. I'm like, and they believe even questioning this stuff will place them in the burnings of hell. So they don't even want to question this stuff because they've been so heavily indoctrinated.
Yeah, that's what really turned me off to it, was when I realized it was almost like a deadly sin to question anything that you're being told, and if you're a skeptic, that's like horrible and you need to take it in blind faith. That was when I immediately got turned off to the religion because I'm like, that's just not how anything should be.
Yeah, it's not.
But yeah, and I'm like, I don't know about you, but I was taught from early age, like the concept of you walk by faith
Yes.
and not by sight. So it's essentially what that essentially tells you is ignore logic and to essentially and to simply walk in faith alone. And I'm like in any other context that would be insanity. But I'm like, but for somehow when it's religion, I'm like people act like it makes perfect sense, and it doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I always say. I was like, yo, this doesn't make sense at all to do. Now, like again, I was raised within the religion until like I always thought that faith was a good thing to have until someone pointed out to me that you can believe on faith in anything. Yeah, I mean, because the people from the ancient Greeks, they all had faith too. I appreciate that, mother. Appreciate that.
Sure did.
Yeah, the people who believed in all these.
And what I've come to learn is that really, religion has has everything to do basically with the society and the time that you're born in. So, for example, and I'm glad you brought it up, if we were born a few thousand years ago in Greece, we would probably be dealing with people that believed in Zeus or Hades, um, etc., Athena. I'm like, if we were born on this land, I'm like a few thousand, I'm like maybe another few thousand years ago, we would be talking about the Native American spiritualities.
Right.
So I'm like, and that differs depending on the tribe, and of course to our ancestry, like a few thousand years ago, we'd be talking about African spiritualities. So it really comes down to the religions that you're indoctrinated into have everything to do with the time and place that you're born in. I'm like, hell, a few thousand years from now, it will probably be something completely different.
Yeah, exactly. I predict a few thousand years from now, we're gonna see religions based around Harry Potter. Was the other guy Harry
I
Potter?
would scream.
I think we're gonna see religions based off of that. We're gonna see religions based off of Luke Skywalker. But the religion that I think is gonna be the most fabulous out of all of them,
Really? Not off of Luke Skywalker.
the religion that's gonna be the best and the most fantastic out of all of them, is the religion based on Michael Jackson. That's gonna be the best one, y'all. That in a few thousand years.
I'm like, Volsey, you're such a troll.
No, listen. You know how famous Michael Jackson was? He's up there with Jesus and Muhammad. He's probably the third most famous
Oh
person in
my
history.
God! Don't. I'm like, if you say that to my sister, that's a Muslim. She's gonna scream.
It sounds
like,
funny, but
blasphemy.
honestly, numbers wise, I genuinely don't think you're wrong. As much of a joke as it was, even if
To
you
be
look at
honest, he
record
probably
sales
isn't, and
stuff,
that's
it
why
really
it's
is not a
funny.
false statement.
No, it's like I actually looked this up. I actually put in before on Google how famous is Michael Jackson, and they literally said the only two people who are famous before Michael Jackson are Prophet Muhammad and Jesus. That's how popular Michael Jackson is. Like you could go to a village in Uzbekistan and do the moonwalk, and they'll know exactly
I'm
who
like,
that's from.
I don't know if you ever saw the account on here, on TikTok, but there used to be an account that would troll Christians, and it would say that Lady Gaga was God. I'm like, and it's in the name of God, and I used to scream.
Oh
And
God.
mind you, it was an atheist,
Yeah,
but
of course.
I'm like, they would call it Gaga Anity, and the Christians would get so mad.
Hey, listen, we
But
need
yeah,
we need to start the church of Jacksonanity. You know what I mean? Like get Jerry curl wigs and start moonwalking everywhere.
Leave out that Jerry curl in the 80s. No, we are not bringing that back.
we got to
That's
bring it back.
blasphemy. No, blasphemy.
but yeah, even to double down on what you said about being indoctrinated, there was when I was still in the comments, one of the people in the comments said, "I'm surprised Volsi is an atheist because he's black." And it's because so
We're
many
all
black
black
people are
though.
Christian, and that's when I even showed that race has nothing to do with it. We're a Christian nationalist nation in America that teaches Christianity first. So race has nothing to do with it because outside of America, you being black doesn't mean that you're a Christian. It just means here. So
I'm
that
like,
so
I'm
this
like,
goes to show the
true. I'm
level
like,
of
but most,
indoctrination.
I will say this: most people in the Afro diaspora, are either Christian, are influenced by Christianity or either Islam, and we could get into the reasons why
Yeah, they're
that
not good, but
Yeah.
and we know it's not good.
Yeah.
Okay, we could get now if we get into the reasons of why that is, that's a whole other conversation.
yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah, exactly.
that's the fact that I'm like that people really do believe that blackness is tied to. For example, I'm a Black American, right? As an African American woman, I'm like Christianity is so central in AA culture. Like it's everywhere. Like you cannot even watch a Black American movie, like a Black movie without
Christian messages.
Christianity,
Yeah,
Christian
Medea is a perfect
messages.
example. Any Medea movie is.
Oh,
Literally,
listen, Medea movies, boy. Oh my God, my parents love those movies. Well, my mom really. My mom loves those movies so much. My dad
And
not
don't
too
even get
much.
me started on how problematic that is for Black women. I don't even want to get
Very.
into that, okay? Because
It's
that's a
extremely
whole
problematic.
because because if I get into misogynoir, I'm going to go on a rant.
Oh, I already know.
Okay,
I already know. And the thing is like I the thing is you know how we know that Tyler Perry's film is basically trauma content and it's not very good for Black women. I would also note that it's not good for Black men either because it's like I've seen I understand that Tyler Perry grew up around a lot of women who were abused and that was the example of Black men that he saw. You know what I mean? And I don't fault him for that. But the fact is that every single villain in this movie is someone who looks like me. A dark-skinned Black man is extremely problematic to me. I've never liked that. Yeah, I mean, and colorism doesn't affect us as men as much as it does Black women, but still, every single like villain being a dark-skinned Black man has always rubbed me the wrong way. You feel me? Hey, mom. I'm okay. How's it going? Yeah, I was going to say I was all calling to say happy anniversary to you and Poppy. No problem. No problem, mom. Love you. I'll talk to you soon. I was gonna say I love you. Talk to you soon because I'm kind of busy. No.
I'm like I do like sisters. I like the haves and the have-nots, etc. But for me, it doesn't mean that I can't. Even if I enjoy like the content, I can't. It doesn't mean that I can't look at the the movies or the shows critically. And I think that like that is like the main point is like people don't question and don't look at these things critically because I get to almost every Tyler Perry anything that Tyler Perry does is going to be some foolishness almost all the time.
Almost all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, almost all the time. It's some craziness in his movies, and it's like. It's always like why, bro?
And it's
Like he's
even
so
outside of
melodramatic.
Medea. Like I like, and it's so funny because I do like some of Tyler Perry stuff, but I'm still able to look at it critically. And
Yeah,
I
I
think
am.
people don't have the ability to do that. Like I'm like you can enjoy the art and still understand that the art has problematic shit in it.
And you know what's
I'm
crazy about
every Black person grew up with Martin, and we might love Martin, but it's fucking colorist as fuck. It is.
you got some color stuff in there. Yeah,
The
definitely.
messaging in it is colorist.
Yeah, definitely. It's colors coded, definitely. And the thing is, like, what's crazy about Medea is that if you actually go right now and type in on YouTube Medea wisdom, it's like an hour and a half long videos from his plays of him just giving out wisdom, and it's like, bruh, he actually does say some real shit. He really does.
It does. It actually does say a lot of real stuff. Like I grew up on the plays, like in my grandma's house. So like I used to, when I would go to my grandma's house, like she would she has all of the video plays. That I actually hope I inherited it. Because I told my grandma, like, when she goes, like, I really want to inherit, like, the Tyler,
The Tyler
like, the
Perry stuff.
movies.
Yeah, yeah. But the
I
plays are
do want
good.
to, because, like, because I used to enjoy the plays as a kid. So,
The plays are actually good. That's the crazy part. The plays are actually good. It's just when he translated to movies, I'm like, God, this is awful. You know?
but even then, I'm like, child, the women, I'm like, he loves to push struggle love, and I hate it.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. I don't
oh,
like
I
that.
hate it. Oh my God, I'd be like, I'm like, even when I still can't believe he said his full. Actually, I can believe it. Okay, that you gonna sit there and say like, you should expect a man to only pay the light bill and shit like that. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, and you're sitting there and you're providing for a black woman, and yet you're telling black women to accept. I was like, you know, I can't take it. I can't do it. I was so aggravated.
Yeah, it is like when it came to that, I understand what he was reaching for, but like he like what I think what he was reaching for is like if we had a reverse dynamic of, you know, the woman being the breadwinner and the man not, then it's fine, which I actually agree with. I don't think that's a problem. It's just that the way he explained it, if he can only pay one light bill, if it's like that, he's probably not financially stable, and you should.
But also,
yeah.
if that's this idea that black women. I'm like, should have like it's the idea of black women always having to accept less, and it's just like, why
Yeah, I
is that
understand that.
always the messaging?
I understand
why
that.
is that all? Like if if a woman has like traditional values and wants a man to be the financial provider, I don't actually think I actually don't think it's wrong the other way either.
Yeah.
I think people should be able to do like
Their
what's
preference.
good for their own relationships if it works for you, honey. Well, I'm not in a relationship, so it really don't matter.
Right.
Okay.
I got you. No, I feel you. Like I always disagree with, you know, the notion that black women should accept less. Yeah, I mean, or we shouldn't. Now, if you find a good man, but you make 90,000 a year and he makes like 60, I don't think that's an issue. But if he
That's
literally
not
can pay
technically
only,
terrible.
yeah,
Like when
but
you look at the scheme of things, like it wouldn't be terrible. No,
yeah, but if you're making
but
90 and he's working at McDonald's, yeah, that's a problem. Don't do that. You know what I mean? Don't accept that. And it seemed that
like
that's
I'm like,
what he was trying
but
to.
it's always the same messaging, and
Right.
that is what irks me. Like I feel like whatever you are looking for, whether you're okay with like a 50-50 relationship or whether you have more traditional values, like
Yeah,
do
it
what
shouldn't be a
works for
problem.
you. It shouldn't be a problem either way, and I really would not have a problem if they only preach 50-50. But the problem I have is they only do that with black women. It feels like they only do that shit with black women, and it irks me because you know what I noticed, and I've called this out several times. Like, I'm like when it comes to like non-black women, I notice like they don't preach 50-50. They don't preach that foolishness, and that's what gets me. Like,
you know what I've always noticed as well. Like I've always seen the black the 50-50 conversation as ridiculous because number one, if you're living together, why don't you have a joint account? That's number one. But number two is that
isn't that common sense though?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't you have a
joint account?
Well, at least there would be a conversation about a joint account.
Yeah,
no?
exactly. So it's like, yeah, that should be common sense. But like the second thing I would say is that a lot of black women,
even if you're not using that for bills and you have a sole provider, you would be saving up for like retirement.
yeah, exactly. And the second thing I would say is that I know a lot of black women wouldn't mind doing that if it was 50-50 all the way, not just financial, meaning that you got to help around the house, bro.
And that's always and that's also another part of the conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Like she can't be the one.
Because it's never 50-50.
Exactly.
Because that 50 turns into 80, 90 real quick for a woman.
Exactly. Of who's doing
real quick.
exactly of who's doing the child rearing, who's doing the cooking and everything like that. I always tell my
Cooking, cleaning,
cleaning
like
exactly
all of the things.
like when my fiance works
Like
at
even like the emotional like labor
the emotional labor,
and
all
all
that.
of
You
that
feel me?
stuff.
So yeah, exactly. So it's like my fiance works mostly at night, right? Like she went to work a few hours ago. Right after get off this live, I'll make
By the
sure that
way,
the
I think I saw a picture of her one time. She is so pretty.
thank you. Yeah, I think once I get off this live, like I'm gonna make sure everything is cleaned up. I'm gonna broom up the floor and everything like that, and make sure that we all good. So when she comes home tomorrow morning, she doesn't have to clean up nothing. You know what I'm saying? She just goes straight to sleep.
By the way,
You know what I mean? So
I'm like, what from the video I saw, because I think ironically, I actually forgot about like a while ago. I think you had like a TikTok video about this actually, and she contributed to it. Like I'm like your fiance, and I saw and that's think that's the first time I saw your woman. I was like, oh my gosh, she's so pretty.
yeah, she's pretty lady. All right, so
She's gorgeous. I'm like, and I hope you tell her I said that. I'm like, you're pretty, sis.
definitely. All right, what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm gonna do a reset. Come back, Kayla, because I only got it didn't get pushed out all the way, so I'm gonna do a quick reset, and then we're gonna go ahead and keep it pushing. All right.
Okay, I'm like, oh, by the way, what are you trying to get your hearts to,
Oh,
the
like
likes to?
the likes. Oh, let's try to get it to 5,000 when I reset.
Okay, I'm like, okay, y'all, like, because you're at 2, so you're not that far from it.
Yeah, no, I'm not that far from it, but like I don't think we're gonna get any like no one's coming in anymore. I don't think we're gonna get any more like guests. So once I reset it again, and then that's when it's gonna get pushed out again, and that's we'll get the guests. And you'll see
Okay.
my notification because once you're a mod, you can go ahead and add guests up, all that good stuff.
Well, yeah, I know, but I don't think I'm a mod yet. Am I?
I just made you one.
Oh, okay. You know, I never get the notifications while I'm on the live. I'll probably get it once I'm off it.
Yeah. So, all right, so let me do this quick reset. All right, I'm gonna end this live, and in about 1 minute you'll see me go live again. All right.
Okay.
All right, y'all. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. Again, I am currently live with this topic. All right, y'all. We're gonna go live again. All right, y'all, we back at it. All right, y'all, we back at it. We back at it. Just had to do a quick reset. Y'all go ahead and start liking the live. I see Genius join. What's going on with you, bro? All right, let's go ahead and start liking the live and start sharing it. Let's get on and get more people in here. Let's go ahead and get everyone in here. Go ahead and I see the Reconstructionist join. What's going on? What's going on, y'all? Y'all just start liking the live and start sharing it. Start liking the live, start sharing it. Let's go ahead and get people in here. Let's get some guests in here. Y'all see the topic of discussion? Y'all see the topic of discussion? Go ahead and like me up. Let's go ahead and get this to about 1,000 likes. We're gonna go ahead and get some people in here so we can go ahead and have a quick discussion. Remember to read what I said, y'all. It's 20 minutes each guest. I let each guest talk to me for about 15 to 20 minutes so we can have a good round discussion and discuss our different viewpoints. Go ahead and start liking it, y'all, and let's start sharing this out so we can get this out as much people as possible. If anybody would like to come and join me, if you disagree with anything I got on the board, or if you just want to have some Q&A, ask me some questions, we can go ahead and have a discussion about that. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Let's go ahead and discuss some things. Let's go ahead and talk so we can get some discussion going. I do see a lot of people joining. I know all of y'all don't agree with me. I do see folks joining. I know all y'all don't agree with me. So go ahead and come on up and let's talk, y'all. I don't bite. Don't worry, I don't bite. I actually like to have good discussions and good conversations with people. Usually when I have a more provocative background, like the one that says that I have better morals than the Christian God, that's when people start to pour in. That's when y'all want to go ahead and start talking and everything like that. But I do see people joining in. What's going on, y'all? What's good? What's good? I do appreciate y'all being here. Y'all don't just like it and swipe away, or don't swipe away. I do like to talk to people. Y'all go ahead and do want to have a discussion. So y'all like the live, y'all share it, y'all come on up. Let's talk. Y'all see a topic of discussion today. You can talk to me, talk to an atheist person. If you would like to, let's see. Do you believe in spiritual stuff or reincarnation? Nah, I don't. I don't believe in spiritual stuff or reincarnation. I do know there are some atheists who do, though. There are some atheists who do. They don't believe in any gods, but they do believe that, we reincarnate. I think they have spiritual beliefs. All right, cool. We do have a guest. What should I call you?
Schizo.
Schizo, cool. All right, cool. Schizo, you over 18 for TikTok purposes?
Yes, I am.
All right, cool. You disagree with what I got on the board?
Hold on, big man.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pause my TV. What's good?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I don't consider metaphysical arguments to be evidence. No. All right. Broke Pharaoh. Okay. I do see you in the guest box. I'm gonna go ahead and accept you right after I talk to Schizo. Just stay in the guest box. All right. I give each person about 15 to 20 minutes each. All right, Schizo. So yeah. So go ahead and talk to me. What you got?
I tend to disagree because there are actually a lot of physical evidence that you can atone that are actually in the Bible. Like the flood, for example. There was an actual flood that happened in real life. What do you think of that?
There's no evidence of a global flood. No. Heidi, I'm not arrogant at all. Which is why I'm having this up here.
There are plenty of evidence for
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Cisco. Heidi, I'm not arrogant. Go ahead and hit the request box. I'll talk to you right after I talk to Schizo. Yeah, this has actually been researched for a while. There's not enough water on the planet for that to happen. There's no evidence that all the animals on the earth descended from the animals from the ark. When was it supposed to happen? Because we have civilizations that should have existed all the way through it, and it doesn't happen. There's just no evidence for a worldwide flood. Let's go with the first piece of evidence. When was it supposed to happen? Was it 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago? When?
Thousands of years ago, my friend. Yes.
How many thousands?
I think 25.
25,000 years ago.
No, 25. I'm very sorry. 2,500.
2,500. So 2,500 years ago.
Yes.
The Middle Kingdom of Egypt existed back then. Rome existed back then. The Indian civilizations existed back then. The Chinese civilizations existed back then. So how could it be a worldwide flood if all those civilizations existed at the same time?
That's a pretty good argument. So I could see how those civilizations existing 2,500 years ago could make the timeline a little wonky there, but there's definitely a lot of evidence of the flood, a lot of evidence of the tomb.
Well, let's stick with the flood. What other evidence do we have of the flood? Because it can't be 2,500 years ago, because people existed 2,500 years ago.
When scientists went to mountains, we found fish on top of mountains.
Do you know about plate
ice
tectonics?
flows. What's up?
You know about plate tectonics, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that explains that.
Okay. All right. So many other people, if you don't mind me quoting, many other things in the Bible, like that have happened in the Bible, have correlated to real life now. The Euphrates River drying up.
Okay, the Euphrates River has always dried. That's always happened. It dries up during a certain season and then it floods again. Give me 1 second. Heidi, again, hit the guest request. I'll talk to you right after Schizo, okay? Because I think you have a wrong idea about the type of person that I am. All right, but yeah, the Euphrates River has always dried up. Like, that's the reason why they knew it would happen, because it's something that always happens. When you swipe out the app, I can't hear you. So if I know you're teacup right now, but when you swipe out the app, I can't hear you. All right, you guys. Like I said, go ahead and keep liking the live and sharing it. If anyone disagrees with what I got on the board, please go ahead and come on up. Richard, Heidi, I see y'all disagree with me. Go ahead and hit the request, and I'll talk to you right after. I'll talk to Schizo. JB, go ahead and you request as well. I'll talk to you right after I talk to everybody else. All right, I give everybody a chance to talk. Like, this is what I do, y'all. Like, y'all come up and y'all actually speak with me, and y'all see that I'm not the type of person you think I am. All right, so yeah, when it comes
Let me ask you a question. What is your evidence for evolution?
We have DNA evidence, we have fossil evidence, we have genetic evidence.
Excuse me if I don't understand. What do you mean DNA and fossil evidence?
Fossil evidence meaning that when we actually look like in paleontology, when we actually look into like areas like in Africa, we can actually see that the fossils not only resemble humans, but they resemble kind of like a halfway thing of, humans and an ape-like creature. And when we check their DNA patterns, we see that they have similar DNA to us. Same thing with chimpanzees. Chimpanzees share about 98% of our DNA. Gorillas share about 97% of our DNA. Orangutans share about 96 to 95% of our DNA.
So what you're saying is there are chimp-like creatures that they found evidence of?
Yes.
So just other men?
No, they're not men. They have our like our morphology, but we know that they're not exactly like us. If you want to know more in-depth information, I suggest speaking to like a paleontologist and a biologist and a geneticist. They'll all give you more information on it. But there is actual evidence of it. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
What species of human are we?
We're the last human species. We're Homo sapiens. Homo
So
neanderthalis.
how do we know that that fossil wasn't another species of human?
They were other species of human. That's what we found. We found other species of human like Homo neanderthalis. They existed the same thing as we, at the
Okay.
same time as we did. There's Homo
So they
decanovans.
were all species of human,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, they were all species of human. And there's also species that existed before those that we found. Like I'm not sure if you know of of Lucy. She was, I forgot what her species was. I think it's Australopithecus, but her species existed about 200,000 years before Neanderthals, or 300,000 years.
Okay.
One of them.
Did you know humans share more DNA with a banana?
We share
Did
about
we evolve
50%.
from a banana?
We share about 50% of our DNA with a banana. No, we didn't evolve from a
Yeah.
banana
Did we
because
evolve from a banana?
no, because we don't have the same
we share
morpho.
DNA.
That's not what I'm saying is that we share DNA with almost everything on this planet, but we know what our line came from.
But you said we share DNA with these creatures, so we must have evolved from bananas, right?
No,
Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry. Um, okay. You say God isn't necessary for purpose, right?
correct.
Okay. So what about the many people who have found purpose in God?
Cool.
Okay. Um, I think faith is a reliable pathway to truth.
I can show you how it's not.
I would like you to.
Do you know who David Duke is?
I do not.
David Duke was a former Grand Wizard of the KKK. You know what that is, right?
Yes.
He takes it completely on faith. He has no evidence that this is true, that white people are genetically superior to black people. Is he correct?
No.
Right. So faith can lead you to a wrong conclusion. That's why it's not reliable.
So we're basing that off of one racist piece of shit. Excuse
No.
my language.
No, it's fine. We're not basing off of him. I'm just giving an example to illustrate the point. You can take something on faith and be completely right, but you can also take something on faith and be completely wrong. That's why it makes it. That's what makes it unreliable. I can use a better example. In the ancient Greek world, they had a pantheon. They believed in Zeus. They believed in Poseidon. They believed in Aphrodite. They believed in Apollo. They had complete and total faith on it. Matter of fact, they were pretty fervent about it. Like all those buildings, those ancient ruins that we see in Greece, those are all basically churches to Zeus or Poseidon. You see what they built, like huge things. You know, those acropolises that we see all over ancient Greece, those ruins. Those are all basically temples to their gods. Zeus is Zeus real?
No, Zeus is not real.
Exactly, but they had
There's no
100%.
evidence of Zeus.
Exactly, but they had 100% faith that Zeus was real. See what I mean? Faith can always lead you to
I
false
kind of get your
conclusions.
point there. Yeah.
Right, that's why I say it's not reliable. We have to use something else.
Okay. You know what? I kind of understand you here. All right, I can kind of meet you in the middle ground here. But if someone has faith in something,
Mhm.
I don't think that someone should tell them that, oh, you're wrong and God's not real and this is totally wrong.
Why not? I mean, here's what I'll do. I won't say that they're totally wrong. I would say that I don't have any reason to believe it, and I don't think they have a good reason to believe it. But if they want to go ahead and believe it, go ahead.
So, am I'm gonna use an example. Would you tell like your child that Santa doesn't exist?
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
If you had a kid, they wouldn't believe in Santa.
I actually didn't when I was a kid. My nephew did for a while, but he figured out on his own that Santa wasn't real. If
Of
they
course,
if they
they
co-
figure out on their own at some point.
Yeah, he was like 6 when he figured it out. Like if they were to come up and ask me, I'll tell them to work through it. I'll never, like for example, if they were to come up to me and ask me, do I believe in Santa Claus? I'll tell them the truth. I would like, no, I don't. And when they ask me why, I would tell them to go ahead and I would ask them questions to probe it and for them to figure it out, to see if they will still believe. But am I gonna go up to children having fun in the mall, sitting on Santa's lap, and be like, that guy isn't real? No, I'm not gonna do that. Of course, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah. So it's very hard for me to understand why people shit on Christianity so much. And
It's the most powerful religion in the West.
sure,
Yeah, that's
sure it
literally
is.
it. The one who has the most power is gonna get mocked the most, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are
Other
the first person I talked to who has given me answers, has not lost his voice. You're a very respecting person.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Um, holy books are claims of God, not evidence. Holy books are claims of God. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, give me 1 second. All right, Broken Pharaoh, I do see you there. I also see you there, PA. I'm not sure if that's Pi or PA. I do see you both in the request box. I'm gonna get to you right after I speak to Schizo. Dr. James, you can also request. I'll talk to you, and I'll talk to yourself, Heidi, as well. Heidi, you were spending a lot of time in the chat. I told you request, and you haven't requested yet. So, as far as what I said, holy books are claims of God, not evidence. Essentially, exactly what it says. It's just a claim. Like, for example, I can write in my book that I have $10 million in Bahamas. Do I actually have $10 million in Bahamas, or am I just claiming that I do?
Okay, so in the stories, right? 100 people saw Jesus. They died for it. You think people are gonna die for a lie?
They're not gonna knowingly die for a lie. No, most people would not knowingly die for something that's a lie. I believe that the people who
And
did die were completely convinced, but that doesn't mean that they were true. That they were right.
all of these 100 people got murdered because of their beliefs.
Correct.
And yet, it's not real. They didn't see it.
Like I said before, I understand that they were convinced that what they were dying for was correct. That doesn't mean that what they were dying for actually was correct. They were convinced about it. I do agree with that. They were completely convinced that, this Palestinian carpenter floated up to the sky. Sure.
What do you think happened?
What do you mean? I don't think it happened.
Okay, so for 100 people to corroborate the same story and get it perfect every time,
They
how
didn't.
could that happen?
They didn't.
They did.
They didn't.
How could that have happened?
What I'm saying is that what's written in the book is that 500 people witnessed Jesus, right? We have no evidence that that's the case, actually, because that's the only place where it's written that 500 people saw Jesus. Like, for example, if I were to give you a pamphlet that said 500 people saw me fly to the moon, are you just going to believe it, or are you actually going to want to talk to these 500 people?
I'm going to want to talk to these 500 people.
Right. And we can't do that for these 500 people because we have no idea what their names are. We have no idea where they lived. We have no idea who they even are. They never wrote anything. As a matter of fact, if the ascension actually happened, God flowing, Jesus floating up to the sky. If that actually happened, you would expect some sort of historian in the area to write that down, or someone in the area to say, hey, I saw a man floating to the sky today. Someone would have wrote that down outside of the Bible, because Jesus' little ministry, his little sect, wasn't the most popular one. There was probably like about 40 people in his sect. Other people
They
existed
did.
outside of that. Yeah, other people existed outside of
They
that.
did. They wrote it down in the Quran,
It's not in the
in
Quran.
the what's it called? The Jewish. What's it?
No,
What's
they
the
didn't.
Jewish one?
No, they didn't. It's not in the Torah. It's not in the Quran. In the Quran, they said that Jesus was a great teacher. The Torah doesn't even believe that Jesus was the Son of God. I think it says that Jesus is in hell burning with shit.
I don't. I think in the Quran, it says Jesus ascended, and in the
You
Torah,
might, matter of fact, you might be
it
right about
doesn't say
that.
that.
You might be right about that. I might be wrong. You might be right about that. I think you are right. I think it does mention Jesus ascending, but they say that about a lot of their prophets. They say this thing about Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad like split the moon in half and ascended to heaven in a flying chariot. So I do think I think I was wrong about that. Yeah, I was probably wrong about that. I do think what you said. Yeah, they did mention them ascending into heaven. The book of Isaiah also says that Isaiah ascended into heaven. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the thing is, though, these are just holy books claiming these things happened. We have nothing outside of that to say that it actually did.
Well, what would you like? A video?
A video would have been nice. Because like if this is an all powerful God that knows everything, he knows we would have had technology by this day. So why not wait till now?
I can't tell if you're joking.
I'm not. Why not wait till now to have Jesus come back and do all the miracles and float into heaven? Why not wait till now? Because we have the technology, we can actually see it. Video would have been great.
You're not. Wait. You're not smiling. Are you smiling?
No, I'm not. I'm dead ass serious. Why didn't God wait to send Jesus until now? We could record it, we could see it, we can see all his miracles, and we can test it. He rose Lazarus from the dead, so God could have waited until now.
I can answer that for you, bud. I can answer that.
Sure, why not?
God did not wait because he wanted as many of his children in heaven with him as possible.
There's more people alive today than back then. There's more people alive today than back then. So he would have gotten billions now.
Exactly.
So why not wait until now?
I'm really not sure your point.
Okay. You said that he wanted as many people in heaven with him as possible, right?
Yes.
There are more people alive now than there's ever been. So he could have waited till now and gotten the same exact result. Matter of fact, better results. Because I wouldn't be here talking about it.
Well, in 100, let's say in 1,000 years, the video somehow gets circulated around and people don't believe it anymore. People, in 1,000 years, just don't believe it. So the same thing happens. People like you go on whatever social media app and say, hey guys, I don't believe this video. And then people say, oh no, all right, yeah, they're right, it's fake. So atheism starts spreading around, other religions start spreading around, so it doesn't matter what year you do it. There's always going to be atheism, other religions. He did it as soon as he could so that he could have his children with him in heaven.
Okay. The reason why that's nonsense is because it's an actual video. You can actually, verify the authenticity of certain videos.
Okay. Do you remember that video of the baseball getting hit at the girl in the camera and the guy caught it?
That sounds random. I'm not sure. But yeah, sure. Let's go with that. What about it?
Everyone thought that video was real until 2015. When the guy came out and was like, yeah, that video is fake.
Yeah, because he edited something, right?
Mm-hmm.
right? So you can actually
No
show.
one knew it. No one knew it
Right, I
until
understand.
he was like, "Yeah, that video is fake."
Yeah, I understand that no one knew it until he came out. But if someone actually bothered to check the authenticity of that video because they just took his word for it, if someone actually checked the authenticity of that video, I'm pretty sure someone would have found out that it was fake. It's just no one took. It's just people didn't take his word for it. It's just that people basically like took the word for the video. But if something incredible like someone flying into the sky is authentic, people can actually look, because someone getting hit with a baseball is not very. People get hit with baseball all the time. Someone flying into the sky, that's something that we know to be impossible. So if something like
Or
that were to
hear me
happen,
out.
if something
People,
like that were to happen, people would try to check the authenticity of the video immediately. Someone getting hit with a baseball, no one cares.
you're right. People check the authenticity in 2024. Find out the video was real.
Hmm.
1,000 years later, after everyone is Christian, you get a lone person who's like, "Yeah, I don't think that's real. I think that person who fact checked it, I think they lied. And I'm not gonna be a Christian. I don't want to be a Christian. This is too hard." And you get millions of people who lie and deceive you. So it doesn't matter what year you do it. There's always going to be
Someone who doubts.
misconceptions thousands of years down the road.
There's always going to be someone who doubts, even if you have something that's authentic. There are people who doubt that the world is that the earth is round. I understand that. The issue is that there would be a lot more evidence that this thing is real than it not being real.
What? With a video?
Yes. There will be more
Okay.
evidence that it is real than not being real. Even if someone says I doubt that video. And even because if someone says I doubt that video, they can easily take it to a videographer, a person that does special effects, and said, is this authentic? And they can confirm that it's authentic. And even then, people will be like, okay, you're lying to me. It's not authentic. They can choose to, they can say, sure, I don't want to
Yeah, but I don't
believe
think
it.
you're not understanding me.
Hmm.
Thousands of years down the road, people are still going to be atheists.
Of course they are.
So it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. The
if
reason why
God
it
came
matters,
back.
the reason why it matters is because there will be more proof that it is real than that it isn't. Right now, we have no evidence that it's
so
real.
I'm going to quote the Bible really quick. God says you do not test the Lord. He does not need to be tested. You do not test him.
Why not?
He is all-knowing and all-loving. You do not test him. He
He's
does
all
not
loving?
need to be tested.
He's all loving?
Mm-hmm.
Does he love the kids being enslaved in Africa right now?
All right, let's talk about that. All right. So, with good comes evil, right? When God created Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, they did the first sin, and with the first sin, they released sin onto the world, and with sin comes evil.
Okay. So
Sinning.
so because Eve ate a magic fruit from a magic talking snake, kids in Africa get enslaved for the capitalist market. That makes sense?
No, because Adam and Eve ate the fruit. People have selfish desires.
Okay, so because Adam and Eve ate a magic fruit from a magic tree because a magic talking snake told them to, everyone now has to deal with PDF files and being enslaved. The kids in Africa have to be enslaved by the capitalist market because some stupid lady thousands of years ago ate a magic fruit. That's what makes sense to you.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense.
It's
What did the kids in
way
Africa
more
do?
complicated than that.
No, it's not. That's basically what you said. You said because they
It's way more complicated than that.
you said
But
because
I'm trying to explain it to you.
Right. I understand. You understand that I was Christian for years, right? I know that this was the first story that we heard as kids. Like Adam and
Okay.
Eve is the first story we heard as kids. I know the
Explain
story.
what Adam and Eve did. Explain Adam and Eve then.
You already explained it.
Adam and Eve
Disobeyed
sinned.
God. We understand that. Adam and Eve disobeyed
And
God.
when they
Hold
sinned,
on. The Adam and Eve
they
Adam and Eve disobeyed God, and because they disobeyed God, sin entered into the world, etc., etc. What I'm saying is that this is stupid. What did the kids in Africa do to be enslaved just because Adam was some stupid lady who ate a fruit? That makes no sense to do.
The humans themselves are evil, not God.
So the children in Africa who are being enslaved by Verizon and AT&T are evil?
The people who are enslaving them are evil.
Cool. So how come God just doesn't take those people out?
Okay.
Because the kids are praying for it. So how come God doesn't? I mean, according to a lot of Christians who live in America, God helped them find their keys or got them to find the car. How come God doesn't help the kids enslaved in Africa?
God helps everybody, no matter what it is.
Sure. So how's he helping the kids enslaved in Africa then?
How is she helping them?
Yeah, how's he helping them? As a matter of fact, we have about 2 minutes left. I do gotta let somebody else up. Do you have any last thing to say to me? I think PA is wanting to come up now. You have anything else?
No, I can't even. I can't. No, you're just.
All right, sure. Appreciate you being up. You have a great night. All right, P, I'm gonna bring you up next. All right. I appreciate everybody being here. I do appreciate all 32 people who are in here right now. Who else? AD, if you would like to come up and speak to me, go ahead and request. I'd like to speak to you as well. Dr. James, you've been here for a while. I want you to go ahead and request as well. Go ahead and come on up. I don't like to talk to the comments, y'all, because like it gets kind of boring when we do that. All right, so PA, I'm gonna bring you up next. I do hope you're still here. If not, then I'll. Oh, and Heidi, you as well. You've been in the comments for a while. So all you guys request, I'll bring you up one by one. I'll give each of y'all 15 to 20 minutes, and we could talk about it. All right. I'm sorry. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Pi or PA?
It's Pi.
Pi. There we go. All right. Cool. You over 18 for TikTok purposes? I appreciate you joining the team. You're over 18 for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, I am over the 18.
Cool. You disagree with what I have up here, correct?
Yeah, I do.
Cool. Talk to me.
All right. So, how do you explain then the existence of the nation of Israel? Where do you think it came from?
They're colonizers.
From where?
Europe.
So there was the people called Jews in Europe?
Yes. Remember, Israel got taken over by Rome, and I think they basically got scattered everywhere. So they some of them went to Europe, some of them stayed in the Middle East, some went to Eastern Europe, some of them went to Western Europe, and the ones that ended up in Western Europe wanted to recolonize the Holy Land. So they basically went back over there. It's the nation of Israel is basically European colonialism, and they admitted it that it was. The
So
fathers
before,
of Zionism actually said that we're gonna colonize this land from the indigenous people that are there. So it's a colonial state.
so before they were dispersed by the Romans, where did they come from?
Before they were dispersed by Romans, they were from from Palestine. They were from that land.
So what's their origin?
The origin of the Israelites. The Israelites were a Canaanite tribe that became powerful.
Powerful? What do you mean by powerful? They never had an empire or anything.
They didn't have an empire, but they had a kingdom. The kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah was pretty powerful during that time.
Okay.
They had
All
fights with
right,
the
but
Assyrians and the
it
Hittites,
doesn't.
all that.
All right, but doesn't that show you that there was another power with them that made them a powerful nation? What really made them powerful then? It's not like they were many or stronger than the nations that are already there in the land.
No, they were pretty powerful. They won battles. That's how they became powerful. Like I'm not sure what you're asking.
No, I mean, they had no technology yet.
So
They were breaching they they were fighting with fortified towns with people more numerous than them. Do you think that's normal?
yes, that happened all the time in the ancient world. What are we talking about?
Well, what do you mean by it happened all the time? These guys didn't have armor. They didn't have any siege equipment. How do they do that?
You may have to talk to a Middle East archaeologist, but I do know what they did was they used basically like spies. Espionage was happening back then too. They used like spies to know what the weak spots were in the mountains, and there were a lot of them. Remember, there were you know how the Bible describes the 12 tribes? That's actually real. They actually were 12 tribes, and there actually were thousands of them. They were a nomadic Canaanite tribe until they came together. Like, all of this doesn't show that there had to be some sort of supernatural power looking out for them. They were just a very powerful people.
Yes, it doesn't, except the fact that what's written in the Bible kept on happening to them, and everything that was written in the Bible actually happened to them.
Yeah, because they were the ones writing what was happening to them.
What you mean when what happened to them was written hundreds of years back? Like,
No,
for
it
example,
no, it wasn't.
for
The ancient Israelites were writing exactly what they were doing. It doesn't.
what about the f-
What about what?
what about the fall of the what about the fall of the temple um, by the Romans? What about the destruction of the temple by the Romans?
What about it?
They wrote it. They wrote it hundreds of years before that.
No, they wrote it
Jesus said
exactly
it.
how it was happening.
Well, Jesus said it before it happened.
What did Jesus say?
He said when destroy this temple and I'll rebuild it in 3 days.
That didn't happen.
It did.
No, it didn't.
He was talking about the destruction of the temple.
Yeah, and they destroyed the temple. It wasn't up in 3 days,
Yes,
so it didn't happen.
he was saying it, but he was talking about the destruction of the temple.
Yes, and the Romans destroyed the temple, and he didn't rebuild it in 3 days. So he lied.
He was talking. He was talking about his body when he said that.
So was he talking about the
He was
actual
talking
temple or his body?
parallels.
You said that they destroyed the temple. So is that talking about his? And how do you know he's talking about his body? How do you know that?
That's what it says. That's what the verse says.
No,
Right
the verse
after
says you
that,
destroy this
it says
temple and I'll
that
rebuild it in 3 days. He didn't say anything about his body.
if you read the following verses, what do they say?
Yeah, let's go ahead and read it. Well, what version of the Bible you're reading from?
Um, I read the King James, New King James.
Okay, the New King James is an okay translation, but for the most part, it still sucks. All right, so which book are we reading from where he says that the temple he's talking about is his body? Is that in Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John?
Well, I think John would do.
John, which chapter and which verse? Which chapter? Which verse?
Sorry, I can't go into the Bible because I'll be getting off
Okay.
TikTok. But
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll probably look that up later. All right. So my entire point is that you claim that Jesus was talking about his body, right? That it was gonna they can destroy his body and it'll come up in 3 days. All right. How do we know that the resurrection actually happened? And what does it have to do with anything
because
either?
people actually, like I'm saying that the destruction of the temple was foretold. Even when Jesus was foretelling what was going to be happening in the last days, he said that when that day comes, people should go into the mountains and hide. And that's what actually happened when the Romans were besieging Jerusalem. The Christians went out into the mountains, and that's
Wait, hold
why
on. Hold on. I'm very, very confused here. You first said that You first said that they were gonna go ahead and destroy the temple. The Romans did destroy the temple, and Jesus didn't rebuild it in 3 days, so he lied. You then said that the temple he's talking about was his body. Now you're going back to saying that they actually did destroy a physical temple, Like you can't amalgamate these two. Which one is it? Was the temple he's talking about his body, or was it an actual physical temple? Because if it was an actual physical temple, it didn't get rebuilt in 3 days, so he lied. If it was his body that he was talking
right.
about, we have no evidence of a resurrection, so again, he probably lied. Which one are we talking about? Is it a physical temple or his body? It can't be both.
So Jesus usually talked in parallels. Like what he says in one thing applies to many things.
That's useless. That's useless because I can basically say that okay. So if Jesus talks in parallels, I can basically say that the temple he was talking about was medieval African kingdoms. Like what would that prove?
Like, all right, let's say this. He talked about the end days, and he talked about when Jerusalem is going to be destroyed by the. He didn't say the Romans, but he said when the temple and Jerusalem were going to be destroyed, people would rather run to the mountains than be in Jerusalem.
Yeah,
And
because mountains are
the
safer
Christians
places.
of that day, the Christians of that day actually understood that, and they went away when Jerusalem was being besieged.
Yeah, but
And
so
that is
what?
the reason.
When in the ancient world, when major cities were being besieged, the people always ran to where was safer. That always happened.
So why is it that the Jews remained in Jerusalem then? Do you know how many people were killed there?
A lot.
Yeah. So why do they remain there if it was that simple?
They didn't remain there. They were disseminated. They were abolished throughout the entire Roman Empire, which is why
No.
there's European Jews now.
In 70 AD, there was a siege in Jerusalem, which
Yeah.
led to the destruction of the temple.
Right.
The Christians went out because they
Okay.
understood what Jesus said, and the Jews remained inside Jerusalem.
Because
And
they didn't
almost a
believe
million
Jesus.
Jews died.
Right, because they didn't believe
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
Exactly, but Jesus told the truth, right?
About what?
About what was going to happen in Jerusalem.
Jesus only said what always happens.
What do you mean? What always happens?
In the ancient world, when a town got besieged, people always ran to where was the safest place. So the Christians ran to
And
the
I'm
mountains because that's the safest place.
And I'm asking, why didn't the Jews do the same? They actually ran into Jerusalem
Because
instead of
the-
running to the mountains.
Yes, because the Jews wanted to go to where their holy spot is.
No, that's not why they did it, because the Christians.
Okay, so
would have
what's the
done
reason that
same
they did
because
it?
it was only
Did the Jews write down why they went to Jerusalem instead of going to the mountains?
the Jews didn't do it because they didn't believe in Jesus.
But so what?
So what? So Jesus, how did Jesus know that?
He didn't.
So how was he correct then?
Because I already said that. People always go to where it's safer.
And then what's also disproving your point is that 1 million people died inside Jerusalem because they actually ran into Jerusalem instead of running away from Jerusalem.
Okay, so what, bro? What does this prove?
How was Jesus right?
Right about what? About people going to the mountains?
Yeah. How?
Because
come
that's something
the,
that's something that normally happened. We're going in circles, bro. How does this prove that Jesus is
So
how does this prove that Jesus was a super fairy?
how does Jesus know this city is going to fall then?
He didn't.
So why would he tell people to go away when the city is not going to fall, when he doesn't know what's going to happen?
Because he was a cult
You just
leader.
don't
He's
want-
always said
just
stuff
don't
like
wanna
that.
admit it, though.
Like what are we talking about, bro? Like are you saying that that because at that you do realize at that time that that Judah and Rome had tensions, right? They were always going to destroy Judea. Like what
They
are we
didn't
talking
have
about?
tensions in Jesus' time, though.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
They had tensions, but the tensions were long back. Why would they build the
No,
tensions?
they
with the tensions?
weren't. No, they weren't. The Jewish people always wanted freedom from the Roman rule. That was always a thing.
Yes.
Yeah, so
He's for
there was been
the
tensions there.
period of peace.
And not only that, the Jews always rebelled against the Romans. That always happened. What are we talking about here, bro? Like, what does this prove? This doesn't prove anything. You're saying that because Jesus predicted that, hey, these people might take over us and destroy the temple. So when that happens, you guys run to the mountains. It doesn't show anything.
So why would the Romans build the temple when they know, if this is a known fact, that okay, we're gonna destroy this temple anyway, these guys are gonna rebel? It took 46 years to build that temple, and you have to have peace for you to have progress. So you can't build a temple with no peace. So this thing was not anticipated. That's not true.
What are you
You
talking
can't say
about,
that.
bro? What are you talking about?
You are saying that it was common knowledge to know that, okay, at one point in the future, these guys are going to destroy the temple, right?
Yeah, they were because Rome ruled over Judea at that time, and there were tensions between them. It's not far fetched to think that if there was always rebellions, that Rome would one day take over Judea and I forgot what it's called, disseminate all the Jewish people, and that happened. That's
So I'm
not
asking why did the
surprising.
w- so I'm asking why did the Romans then build a temple when they knew the tensions between them and the Jews?
Because they wanted to placate them.
They wanted what?
They wanted to placate them. They didn't want any more rebellions. So of course they would build a temple.
And so building the temple was going to bring peace.
Yeah, because they know that
Okay.
these people are
So
always rebelling.
so great. So if they knew that, so why would Jesus then say things like that? Even the priests
Because there were still tensions
disagreeing
between them.
with Jesus.
Because Jesus was a rabble rouser. All right, he was against the Pharisees and he was also against the Romans. What?
Okay,
Hold
so
on,
do you
hold on,
think
Pi. I don't
Jesus?
want to go. Hold on, Pi. I don't want to go down this line of questioning anymore. What is your point, bro?
I'm asking, how did Jesus know?
Jesus know
That's my
what?
whole point.
I've already said this. He was a rebellious person. Rebellious people say crazy shit all the time. Sometimes they're right about it. What does it prove?
Oh, so sometimes they're right.
Sometimes they're right
Okay.
about it. Yeah. What does it
All
prove?
right. Listen.
David Koresh. Hold on.
Uh,
Do you know who David Koresh is?
no. Who's that?
David Koresh was a cult leader. He predicted that the United States government was gonna go after him because he has guns in his he had a whole bunch of guns and he had a whole bunch of women with him in his little compound. He predicted that the U.S. government would go after him. You know what happened? The U.S. government went after him.
They came.
Hold on, wait. The U.S. government went after him. Is David Koresh a messiah?
David Koresh was doing something illegal, right?
Yeah, and so was Jesus during that time.
Yeah, this came 70 years, like 40 years after Jesus died. So you can't say the same. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, it is the same thing. Because
It's not.
Christianity was a
Je-
cult at that time, bro, and they were always talking about not being part of the Roman Empire anymore. There were always rebellions. What is your point? No, hold on, stop, Pi. I don't want to hear
Okay.
how did
All
Jesus
right.
know. I don't want to hear how did Jesus know because rabble rousers and rebellers, they always say crazy shit. Some of it comes through, just like David Koresh. All right, that
Can you?
always happens. Hold on, wait, that always happens. What exactly is your point here? How do we actually prove that Jesus was a super fairy? How do we prove that?
All right. All right. Let me say this to prove my point. Is there anyone else before Jesus who did this, who actually said these words and they were actually true?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you. You are asking me, what does this prove? If Jesus said this and it was true, so I'm asking if it was ordinary. Since you're saying, how can you prove that he was something extraordinary, right? If it was ordinary, have we seen anyone who did the same things Jesus did, or said the same things that Jesus said, and they were accurate like that?
I don't know. It's probably wasn't documented. So what?
So no one ever did it.
No, that doesn't mean no one ever did. I just don't know.
Yeah, if no one's documented, no one did it.
Not,
They don't bother
untrue,
to document it. Then
untrue. Untrue. I just said I don't. I just said I don't know. That doesn't mean that it's not documented or no one has it. I don't know. I'm just telling you the truth.
So
I don't know
as
if
of
anyone else said it.
all right, so as of now, Jesus is extraordinary. This is just
No,
spoken
he's
about him.
not. He's not extraordinary. All he did was say,
I
was
guess.
say something that might have happened, and he was right about it. That's all that. That's all that happened.
Okay,
All he
if
did was
he
say
was
some.
not
All
there,
he did was say something that might happen, and he was right. That's all that happened. That's not extraordinary. Do you know that
let
I
me move
predict?
away
Do you
from
know that
this.
I predicted last week that it would rain today? But I live in
Well,
Florida. It
this
always
makes
rains.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Anyone
exactly.
can
So
do
it's
that,
like
right?
there were always rebellions, and Rome was always taking over places. It's not extraordinary for him to predict that Rome will take over a place that rebels all the time. That's not extraordinary.
And how come no one else ever
I do not
said
know, bro. That
anything?
doesn't matter. You need to hold on. I'm getting really annoyed, Pi. You need to contend with this. Jesus did nothing extraordinary. All he did was predict something that may happen, and he was right. That is not extraordinary. People do that all the time. That does not make him extraordinary. As a matter of fact, according to your own theology, what makes Jesus extraordinary is the fact that he rose from the dead. That's what makes him extraordinary, not what you're saying.
And his miracles?
Yeah, and his miracles. People did miracles all the back then all the time. Muhammad did miracles. What are you talking about?
Muhammad never did any miracles.
You want to talk to a Muslim? They'll tell you that Muhammad did miracles.
Yeah, yeah. The Quran actually says that Muhammad wasn't given any miracles.
What do you call splitting the moon in half?
It's
Yeah, exactly. What do you call splitting the moon in half? It does say he had miracles.
No, where
Like,
does
well,
it
how do we
say
prove Jesus? Go ahead, tell me how we prove Jesus, because this one thing doesn't prove Jesus at all. Neither does raising from the dead, because we have no issue. We have no evidence that he rose from the dead. Like you're being stuck on this one thing that Jesus said that turned out to be correct. So what? That doesn't prove anything. It doesn't even prove that he was extraordinary. Bro, if I predict that next year we may have a hurricane, are you gonna say that I'm extraordinary?
if you do that and no one can actually do that, then yeah, you're extraordinary. But if you
But
can't,
everyone,
fine.
every
Here's
bro,
what's old.
pie. Anyone can say what Jesus had said. Anyone can say that. Like just like anyone can
So
say
I
that there's
can.
gonna be a hurricane next year. That's not extraordinary,
Okay.
bro. All right, man. We out of
My
time.
pleasure.
We out of time. I'll go ahead and see you later, Pie. Appreciate you being up.
All right. Thanks.
All right, y'all. Again, thank y'all for being here. I appreciate all the likes and the comments. We got 11 people in here. We got 2.5K likes. Let's try to get to 5K, y'all. All right, let's see who else we got in the. Dr. James is not here anymore. I'm not sure what happened to Dr. James. Dr. James was here. Angel Nels, did you want to go ahead and come up and discuss with me? What's going on, Forever Atheist? I do see you there in the comments. How's it going, Kel? All right, Angel Nels, I went ahead and send you a request. I'm not sure if you're gonna get it. If you do get it, that means that we can talk. But if you don't get it, that means that TikTok just doesn't like you for some reason. TikTok kind of picks and chooses who can go up, because I could have sworn that if you had 100 followers, you can go up on a live. But some people never get the guest requests. It's really weird. All right, Angel Nels, you want to go ahead and come on up, because I did send you a request. Let me know if you got the request. Hey, Angel Nels, go ahead and come on up. I went ahead and sent you a request. I don't think I can send another one. Yeah, I sent you another request, Angel Nels. So go ahead and come on up, and we could go ahead and talk. I do see you in the comments. I don't like chatting in the comments. I invited Heidi. I invited Dr. James. None of them wanted to come up. So Angel knows you gonna come up, or because I sent you an invite. Yeah, they tend to not want to get cooked. But I'm a very nice guy. Like you saw it. I'm a very nice guy. I'm very, very patient. I get patient up to a point. Yeah, I sent. I'm not sure if Angel Nails is a her or a him. I don't know. I don't know their pronouns, but I sent Angel Nails a request already. So they want to come up. Go ahead and come up. I sent it twice, and you can hit the guest request. I think TikTok allows 100 people to join lives now. But while we're waiting for Angel Nails, y'all go ahead and keep liking the live. I do have a gift goal up here. Y'all can go ahead and get me to my gift goal. Y'all go ahead and like the live and share it with anybody else out there. I did go ahead and do a reset. If I don't get anybody else, I'm gonna do another reset just to see if we can get any more people. All right, so, oh my God, this is getting annoying. Angel Nails, I sent you a third request. I don't know if you're ignoring it or you just, trolling. If you don't get the request, that just means that TikTok doesn't allow you to go on lives yet. But if you did get the request, come on up. All right, y'all. Y'all go ahead and start and keep liking the live. All right, let's go ahead and try to get to 5K. We are 2.5 right now. All right, cool. Angel Nose is up. Angel, how's it going?
Hi.
How you
I
doing?
got the request. Doesn't mean I have to go up.
All right, cool. So you disagree with what I got on the board, right?
Excuse me?
You disagree with what I have on the board, correct?
I disagree with the fact that you're saying that Israel is Israel when it actually Israel is Palestine.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. It was occupied with the Jews.
I said that. I said the colonizers.
So why is calling it Israel?
That's just the formal name we have for it right now. So just to make communication easier.
Yeah, well, it's not with me.
Okay. It just made
That's
communication.
okay.
The last guest that I had, it was just making communication easier with that person. So that's why I just was calling it Israel.
How can you make it easier when you keep calling it Israel when it's really Palestine occupied with the Jews?
Okay, you understand that different people communicate in different ways. So the way that Pi was communicating, he was saying that this is Israel, and I understand that. He's not gonna understand Palestine occupied with the Jews. So I spoke to him the way that he understood. Now that I'm speaking to you, I'm gonna call it Palestine because that's the way you understand it. It's just common
I
courtesy.
understand because
It's
that's the way it is in history.
because that's the way it is.
When it
Exactly.
occupied Palestine.
Right. I understand. It's just common courtesy. If a person understands it to be Israel, that's what I'm gonna call it.
It's not common courtesy. What common courtesy is to explain the point of when Palestine was occupied.
That's what I told him. I told him that Israel right now is simply occupied territory from colonizer Jews. That's what I told him.
Exactly.
Right. That's what I told him.
And that's what the
if
argument was
if we
in
were
the comments with this person, Forever Idiots. Kept disagreeing with me.
oh okay. Yeah, sure.
Because they obviously don't know their history.
All right, cool. I actually thought that you disagree with something that I had on the board, but if you don't, then we're good. I appreciate you being up. Thank you, Angel.
I'm good. Take her up or him up. Forever Idiots.
All right, cool. Yeah, I thought Angel disagreed with what I had on the board, but if she doesn't, then that's fine. Yeah, it's basically occupied Palestine. Like I do agree with that. I was just calling Israel for me to communicate with the other guests that I had because that's what they call it. So and I do understand that the issue is controversial. I was not trying to get into like a whole geopolitical debate with that person. I was just explaining my viewpoint. All right, y'all. So I might do a quick reset because we got 8 people in here now. Again, I do appreciate everybody who's here. We got about 8. We got 7 now. We got 7 people in here now. 2.5K likes. I do appreciate you all being in here. I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick reset. After this reset, then I'm gonna go ahead and join Justin on his live. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. I'm gonna go ahead and do this quick reset, and I'm gonna go ahead and join Justin on his live. We'll be right back. All right. What up? What up? What up? What up? Montague family is here. What up, Montague family? Let's go ahead and like this live. Let's go ahead and start liking this live. Let's try to get this live. Let's try to go ahead and get us to 1,000. Get us to 1,000. We could go ahead and get more people in here. Get us to 1,000. Get more people in here. I appreciate you all being here. Appreciate you all being here. I went ahead and reset it again. This is going to be the last reset before I end it off for tonight, and I'll probably go ahead and join Justin on his live. We'll see if we can get a couple more discussions in here. We'll see a couple more debates, a couple more discussions, and then I'm going to go ahead and go over to Justin's live, and we'll go ahead and, join him, and we'll go ahead and do that. All right, y'all. Yeah, go ahead and start liking the live. Go ahead and start liking the live and start sharing it. If you disagree with what I have on the board, y'all go ahead and request and come up, and we can go ahead and start having a discussion on it. We're going to go ahead and try to get more people in here. I'm live right now on YouTube and on my Facebook. We're going to go ahead and try to get more people in here. Y'all start joining. Y'all start liking the live, and let's go ahead and get this conversation going. I do have a gift goal. If you see that gift goal, I do have a subscriber goal. If you see that. Also, we all know that TikTok is going to be ending soon. So as soon as we can, go ahead and look at my bio. I have a link tree in my bio. Y'all subscribe to my YouTube, as I'm going to be going ahead and doing these over there. I'm going to start doing these over there. So if you see the link tree in my bio, go ahead and click on that. Click the link tree in my bio, subscribe to me, and we'll be doing things out there. I do got a guess. We're going to bring up Koi.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How's it going, Koi? You over 18 for TikTok purposes?
Yes, I am.
Cool. Disagree with what I got on the board?
No, I do not.
Oh, you actually don't. All right, great, cool.
Yeah. I just had a few questions for you because I was speaking to some people earlier.
Sure.
And obviously I get like different responses. I was just wondering, where do you get your morals from?
I get it from a very base standpoint. Morals typically come from your own empathy. But me, the way I describe morals is through 4 tenets, and that's human well-being, degrees of harm, equality, and human well-being, degrees of harm, equality, and human well-being. Yeah, I mean, so those how I do it. Consequences. I'm sorry. Consequences, human well-being, degrees of harm, and equality. Things that violate or decrease human well-being, I see as immoral. But things that increase human well-being and increase equality, I see as moral. They're very subjective, but you can make objective observations from those. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah. And then
Give me
another
one
thing,
second.
do you
H.
think that we have free will?
Yeah, give me 1 second. H, I do see you in the box. Give me a few moments. H. Do we have free will? That's a hard one to answer because if you're like a determinist, I mean, if everything was set when the Big Bang happened, then there is no free will. But if we're describing free will in the sense of there's no ethereal force that forced me to wear a black shirt today, then yeah, we have free will. But if it's like a hard determinism thing, then we probably don't. I don't really talk about free will because it gets a bit like it gets a bit sophistry. Like I don't really care for it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, man. That's all I had for you. Yeah, I appreciate it. You stay safe, all right?
Not a problem. You too. Have a good one. H, how's it going?
It's going good, bro.
I'm all right. All right. So you over 18 for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, I'm 23.
Cool. You disagree with the guy on the board?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Give me 1 second. All right, y'all. We're at 1.1K likes. We got a few people in here. I do appreciate everybody who's here. Y'all keep liking it live and keep sharing it. I do have a gift goal, and if you want to see me do these on YouTube as well, I'm live on YouTube right now, but we all know that TikTok is ending soon. I will be on YouTube again. Follow the link tree in my bio to subscribe to my YouTube. All right, H, go ahead and talk to me. What you disagree with?
So I have a question for you. Like this live thing, right?
Mhm.
Is it do you like I want you to think deep down. Is your goal of this live to find the truth or just to kind of like debate?
I like to have discussions and debate and see what people how people think, and if they get me to think about something in a way that I didn't think of before, I'll say, hey, I'll think
Yeah.
about that.
No problem. Cause there's nothing. Cause it's good to have a debate, right? But there's nothing worse than spending all your time explaining something and it never would have led somewhere because the mind is not open. I believe everyone should have an open mind. What I'm gonna talk about the first one, which is there's no good evidence for God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also the fourth one, which says God isn't necessary for purpose. Specifically the fourth one, okay? I want to ask you a very important question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing you work, like you have a workplace, you have family.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely you eat every day, you breathe every day, you sleep every day, right?
Certainly
My
do.
question for you is, you do all these things, you work so hard to provide for yourself and your family, right? We work hard as humans to struggle and survive. Can you give me one true reason as to why you do these things?
A true reason why I get up to work.
Why you struggle so much to survive when you know your inevitable destination?
I don't want to starve. Starving sucks. So I go to work so I can pay groceries to eat. I like
What
to
would
eat.
happen if you starve?
I would die. I don't want to die.
What is going to happen to you within the next 100 years?
I'll be dead.
So what is the point of struggling right now if your end is still the same?
Correct. That's why I don't like capitalism.
Wait, no. I'm not even Christian. I'm not talking about capitalism. I'm talking about you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted for you to dig deep down, right? I've already talked to this myself. I wasn't able to come up with one good reason as to why I'm doing these things other than my faith. I want to see if you came up with something that you could come to an agreement, which is why you eat, survive, sleep, right? In my opinion, eating to not survive is not a good one for one sole reason, because you're going to die in 80 years regardless.
Yeah, so I don't want to die now.
So, but what is the point?
The point is I want to enjoy my life as much as I can.
What does the enjoyment mean if it's going to disappear at the end?
It means something to me at that moment.
Okay, where will your enjoyment be when you're 6 feet under?
Nowhere. I'll be dead.
Exactly. So what's the point of attaining that enjoyment?
Because I want it.
No. Okay, what would you say your purpose is then?
My purpose is to my personal purpose. I want to become a therapist. So I want to help out I want to help people and in particular my community as much as possible, because Black people don't have a lot of access to like not social services, but some mental health services. So I want to help them as much as possible because I think that we need it most.
Yeah. So what would happen to the black people eventually who you help as a therapist within the next 100 to 200 years?
They'll be dead. I'm not sure where this line of questioning is
Yeah.
going.
So
Yeah, we're all gonna die. We all know
my
that. So what?
what I'm trying to show you is that you have, so whatever you tell me, right? The betterment of humans, to have temporary happiness, right? I'm looking for one true purpose. And in my opinion, right? This is my opinion, right? A true purpose cannot be something which will disappear within the next 100 years.
Why not?
Because then whatever you attain through that purpose is gone.
So
Give me one thing that will remain after your death.
nothing. Just like you.
Okay. No, I agree. No. But we're different though, because I believe my purpose is to worship my Creator. That will last me for eternity.
Wait,
I'm
hold
looking
on.
for
Wait, let
yes.
me understand this right. Let me understand this correct. Your purpose is to worship a narcissist for all of eternity. That fucking sucks, my guy.
So that's not what I said, right?
You literally
What I
said that your
said was,
purpose is to worship your Lord for all eternity. Why does like this
okay.
Lord need worship?
Okay. So once again, right, second time, I did not say that my purpose is to worship for eternity. I said my purpose is to worship during this lifetime. I mean, if we're gonna have a conversation, right, we can't be manipulating each other's words.
No,
My
I
purpose
kind
is
of
to
heard you say.
worship my.
Okay, so your
That's not.
purpose is
Okay,
to.
bro.
I
I hope
did
you're
heard you say
recording
that, but okay,
anything
cool. Your purpose is to worship in this life
in
because
this life.
for what?
Yes. So that I can attain eternal heaven, something which will not disappear, right? Your happiness will disappear. Your therapist, patients, clients will disappear. Your black community will disappear eventually. The only thing that I believe is a true purpose is something that will not disappear. So
Okay,
can you name one thing that you're doing everything for that will not disappear?
all
Eating,
right.
sleeping,
Hold
working.
on, wait.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. This is. I'm not sure which fallacy this is. It might be on special pleading, but you're simply saying that I can't have a purpose because it's not the purpose how you describe it. But
Wrong.
so
That's not
no,
what I said.
it is. You just said that. Hold on, wait. You just said that you describe a true purpose as something that lasts forever. I don't care. A purpose to me is something that a purpose, in my opinion, is something that affects your community in a positive way. You simply
Okay.
saying that a purpose is something that lasts forever. Okay, that's how you describe purpose. That does not mean
Okay.
that I don't have a true purpose just because you describe it another way. That's stupid.
Okay. So let me ask you a question, right? If you build a building, right, and you know that it's gonna be crashed tomorrow, do you see any truth or purpose in building that building if it's gonna be completely destroyed tomorrow?
If it's gonna be destroyed
Any
tomorrow,
purpose at all?
if it's gonna be destroyed tomorrow, there's no point. No, of course not.
Exactly. So you're telling me that your purpose is to have temporary happiness. I'm saying, what is the point when your happiness is gonna go when you're 6 feet under?
Because I'm gonna be happy at that
You
moment.
can't.
There's no. I told you. I'm gonna be happy at that moment. You're saying that you want to have something that's that's eternal. You have no evidence of this eternity in the first place.
That's not what I'm arguing. Evidence, no evidence. I'm arguing that you have no true purpose. That's what I'm
No,
arguing
I
right
do
now.
have a true purpose. It's just not something that you describe as a true purpose.
No. Logically, it's not a true purpose. If it
No,
was a true
logically, it
purpose,
is
it
a
would
true purpose.
remain
No,
after your death.
hold on. You're saying that a purpose needs to exist after you die.
A purpose cannot be a purpose if it disappears.
Incorrect. That's not the
Okay.
that's not the definition of purpose.
Okay. True
That's not how,
purpose, right?
that's
True
not the
purpose.
definition of true purpose. No, you're not, because now you're doing. I see exactly what you're doing. You're doing no true Scotsman. You're saying that if it's not defined in the way that I define it, therefore it's not true. That's not how that works, bro. A purpose is something
Okay.
that people decide for themselves. You can't say just because something is temporary and it won't last forever
Yeah.
makes it not a purpose
Yeah.
or not a true purpose. That's ridiculous. You can't do that. That's
Everything
not
that
how
you're
we
gonna
defined
work
it.
hard for, everything that you're gonna, I'm just saying, this is the blindness of people in this world, okay? Everything that you're gonna work hard for in this world for the next 80 years is gonna disappear when you die.
So what?
And you're telling me that it's your true purpose? Are you
Yes.
serious?
Yes. Like
Everything is gonna go.
again,
Come on,
H.
bro.
Again, H. Let me say this again. Just because you describe a true purpose as something that lasts forever does not mean that's what everybody's true purpose is. That makes
How
no
can
sense
true
at all.
purpose be something which disappears after 80 years? How can
Because
that
it's still true, is it not?
What,
If
okay,
hold on,
what is the
wait.
point
Hold
of,
on, wait. H, listen to what I'm saying to you. If
yeah,
let's say I become a therapist and I help 200 people live better lives and they become better
okay,
people, and that's my
okay.
legacy, right? That's my legacy. Even if they die 100 years after me, are you gonna say that me not helping those people wasn't a good thing or didn't matter just because they died?
That is not what I said. When did I say that? When
You
did I say it
said
doesn't
that
matter or it's not a good
you
thing?
said that a true purpose is not true
Bro,
unless it lasts after you die.
bro, listen, okay. You're very good
That's
at
what you
choosing
said,
words.
right?
I did
No,
not say that.
I'm not twisting your
Let me
word. Hold
let
on,
me
wait,
know what
no.
happened.
H, no, stop real quick. I'm not twisting your words. Stop accusing me of that. I'm going off what you said. You said that is not a
Yeah.
true purpose if it doesn't last, if it only lasts 80 years or doesn't last after you die. My
Okay.
argument is that that's ridiculous because not only do people decide their own purpose, but what they did is actually true. If it's true
Okay.
that I helped 200 people, even if they still died, and that was my purpose to help those people, I still helped them. It's still a true purpose.
Okay.
Saying that true
Can I speak?
purpose, hold on, wait. Saying that true purpose has to be defined as this is a no true Scotsman, and it's fallacious. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
You just can't
Can
say
I speak?
no. Wait, I'll let you know when you can speak. Saying
I mean,
that
I will speak. You
I'll let you
interrupted me.
say, I'll let you know when you can speak. Saying that your definition of true purpose has to be the only one is stupid.
Okay, you've said that like 10 times by now. Can I speak now? So what you just said, right? You're very good at changing words once again. You just made a claim. You just made a claim that I said that you helping people.
I'm not gonna let you do that again.
No,
I'm
I'm
not gonna let
telling
you
you
do
what
that
you
again. I'm
said.
not gonna let you do that again. Do not say that I accused you of something when I didn't accuse you of. Do not accuse me of doing something that I did not do. I
You're right.
use
You're right.
I use your words. You said that something can't be a true purpose if it doesn't last after you die. That's what you said. So don't tell me that I'm manipulating your words. That's what you said. If you want to backtrack, go ahead. But you said that something can't be a true purpose if it doesn't last after you die. So I'm going off of what you said.
Okay. Okay. So I heard you say, right? You can correct me if I'm wrong, right? I heard you say that I said that helping someone is not beneficial and I said that it's not good, right? These are
Incorrect.
your
That's not what
words.
I said.
All right, bro, you're a liar, bro. Okay, y'all have a good one, bro. Like, I'm be honest, you're lying to my face.
All right, get the fuck off my live, bro. All right, so Moses, I'm gonna bring you up next because I literally did not say that. Moses, how's it going?
It's going all right, man.
I'm right. You over 18
Listen,
for TikTok purposes?
what?
Are you over 18 for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, cool. Talk to me.
Well, I mean, I'm just jumping in on here. I just passed down through here, and I see they had actually told me about this spot, and so you're actually curious, right?
Curious about?
Yeah, you're curious. I mean, you're looking for wisdom and finding out why, or talking, just about your atheism, correct?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, and you want to know why, there's a evidence of there being a creator and whatnot? Or you
Oh,
just looking for,
my position is there is no good evidence for a God. If you think that there is good evidence for a God, sure, let's talk about it.
well, do you know about measurements?
Measurements of what?
Measurements of anything from a craftsman to building a house to
We
building
yeah
a
we
bridge.
yeah we all learn measurements in elementary school. Okay, so
Yeah.
what?
So about the measurements, then that would actually be physically to a measurement for the substantial amount of whatever kind of creativity that you want evidence to, correct?
Are you trolling me right now, Moses?
No, I'm not fucking with you. I'm being honest. It's a man-to-man talk.
Okay, yeah, I didn't understand what you said at all. That made no sense to me.
Okay, I'm gonna tone it down a little bit more. Like, if there's measurements to a 2x4 and it's cut 16 inches, and I put it in your hand, that's 16 inches of a 2x4, correct? Because you're seeing it, you
Yeah, sure.
believe it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So those are craftsmanship. It has to be created, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, so you do believe in measurements. Now, going into power spiritually and stuff like that, I would think that the only way to be able to show you proof and evidence is by measurements, correct?
Probably. I think like yeah, sure, like any physical evidence of anything spiritual or like any type of measurement. Yeah, sure. If you can let me know like how many joules is a ghost or something like that, sure. Like that would probably be some good evidence. If you can measure it, if you can replicate it, you can recreate it. Yeah, sure. That could be some good evidence.
Okay, so then you would have to be able to tell me, have you ever felt sad?
Yeah.
Do you have children? Have you ever held your daughter or your son?
I don't have any kids yet, but yeah, the kids I have helped raise, I have held them up. Sure.
Is there a measurement to be able to show the emotional value that you have for them children?
No, but you can probably measure the amount of like chemicals went into my brain while I was holding them.
Well, that would be completely different because of emotions. You can't explain emotions, at a measurement table,
Yeah, we can explain we can explain how emotion happened, but if you can say like, can you measure the actual emotion of love? No, you can't measure that. No, that's because that's just something that we have that's just an idea that we have in our head, and empathy is an idea that we have in our head. Yeah, sure. So you can't measure those things.
But I mean, that was created, correct?
What was created?
It was created an emotional standpoint of an energy that you can't measure out to, right?
That didn't make sense. What do you mean?
That would be like a trip for anybody that's only believes in things that are physically shown and measured.
We can physically show what love is.
Like how many angels can dance on a pin?
Right. What I'm saying is that when it comes to emotions, we know what chemicals in our brain are responsible for which emotion. Like for example, stress and hatred is serotonin, and love is basically I forgot what it was. I think it was dopamine. I'm not sure. Someone could correct me in the comments. But yeah, we know we know which chemicals are in our brain when we feel a certain emotion. So it's like, but the actual idea of the emotion, no, we can't measure it. It's like asking me to measure a dream or measure the color blue.
Well, in the physical body, you know what I'm talking about? Like how the body was created and all that. You think that we all just evolved through a certain amount of atoms that just came together in a big fart? Or
no?
Like how do you think we evolutionalized to beings compared to apes or gorillas or whatever the hell?
Are you trying to ask me how does evolution work for humans?
Oh, I'm asking you if that's what you believe in, that's what we came from.
Yeah, we evolved. There's evidence of that.
Okay. Do you know that even an atheist, the last breath that he takes before he passes, every human being on the planet, they actually listened to it, and it says Yahweh, and those are the same exact kind of atoms and biologically
Where'd you get that from?
named and ordered out to Yahweh.
Where'd you get that from? You said that every human being, their last breath says Yahweh. Where'd you get that from?
It's when you breathe in, when you breathe out.
Mhm.
Look up the oxygen and the stuff that we breathe in and breathe out. It was
You talking about oxygen and carbon monoxide? That's not Yahweh.
yeah. Well, look at the atoms of them,
It's not Yahweh.
the actual cubic squares or whatever the hell they're called.
It is not Yahweh.
Why? Check it out. That's
No, I know what you're talking about. It's not that.
okay. Well, I would think that if there was a creation, there has to be a creator, and that creator cannot be measured by or stopped by space, time, or matter.
How do you know this universe was created in the first place?
Well, it had to have been. It's
Because
like if I built a computer. If I built a computer, I'm not going to be in the computer creating all these lines and A's and B's and Q's. I'm going to
understood,
be outside the box as a creator.
Understood. But a computer is artificial, and we know that computers have to be made. When it comes to this universe, this is the only universe that we know. So how do you know that it's deliberate and artificial and another universe is not? What are you comparing it to?
Well, it's on a table. You can't compare it to a table because it's all of creation of the universe that
I
has
don't, I don't,
actually
I
been.
don't, I don't think you understood what I'm trying to ask. How many universes do we have? We only have this one, correct? Okay. So if I were to give you a silk flower, like a silk rose, how would you know that silk rose is different from an actual natural rose that you can pick outside?
Well, because you would know, you would be able to, see
Yeah,
the moisture of it and whatnot.
exactly. You'll be able to experiment with it. We now remember the question I just first asked you. We only have this universe. You can't compare it to something else because we don't know of another universe. So how did you determine that this universe is artificial and deliberate and was created and another universe is not? What did you compare it to?
Well, like it says in the book, it says, "What is above is so is below."
Okay, so a book says so, and that's why you believe it?
Not just a book, because it stands for basic instructions before leaving Earth. Bible.
So because the Bible says so, that's why you believe it?
That was a song.
But what I'm asking is, just because the Bible says so, that's why you believe it?
Well, no, because there's been proof. There's been I
What
know you
proof?
say that there
What
hasn't been
evidence is
no
there that
proof.
this universe is a deliberate creation or
There's
artificial?
there's an archaeologist that went and he actually found where the cross was, where they crucified Jesus
Ron
Christ.
Wyatt?
And yeah,
He's a
when he
liar.
was excavating inside of the cave.
Hold on, Moses, listen. Ron Wyatt is a liar. He's been proven a liar several times, even by other Christian organizations. Christian organizations will tell you to not listen to Ron Wyatt because he's a liar.
Okay, well, check this out. What do you know about Dr. David James Manning from Chicago?
What
Or
about him?
Phil Schneider, that was an underground top secret bunker engineer.
I don't know who those people are, but what about them?
Valiant Thor, any of them?
Okay, I don't know who they are, but what about them?
Well, there's guys that actually have been in the White House. There was a book that was written called Stranger in the Pentagon,
Mhm.
and he was actually inside, and he actually told Robert Kennedy and John about all kinds of stuff. Introduced him to some guy named Valiant Thor that was from another universe or another world or whatever. Came to this world and actually told them that God is for real.
Pause for one
With
second.
all
Pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. Welded Steel, send a request and then we could go ahead and talk about that. All right. I don't have any, against Jesus in game. So Welded Steel, go ahead and request and we'll go ahead and talk. So when you say Moses, when you talk about these people, Valiant Steel, how do we know these people actually existed? Because you're talking about an otherworldly dimensional being that says that God exists. Why should I believe that's real? Where did you even get that from? Which government document can I look at to see if that's real?
From Dr. Frank Stranges. That was
Dr.
his name.
Frank Stranges?
Yes.
Okay,
And,
so let's look this up. Dr. Frank
Stranges.
Stranges. Okay, so let's look up Dr. Frank Stranges. Okay, so from what I'm seeing, this guy's a quack. Why should I believe this quack?
There was a guy named Valiant Thor. There's pictures of him, John F. Kennedy.
Right, I understand that they claim to be something, but why should we believe that?
Because the guy that actually had his fingers chopped off, which was Phil Schneider, I believe they've already took all kinds of his shit off. If you could find it, that'd be good.
Okay, my question is, why should we believe these people for saying that they're from another world? What did they prove? They're just saying that they're from another world. What does it prove?
All the proof is there whenever it goes on how they were killed, how the government had them out of there, so that people would just stop believing in certain things, especially
These FBI documents say that these people were quacks.
Well, what did you think they were going to say? Give you an address and a ticket for the next show?
Dr. Strange just died in 2008, my guy.
Does it show how Phil Schneider died? He was missing 4 fingers on each hand, 3 fingers on one hand, 2 on the other, or something like that.
And what would that
And
prove?
they said that he killed himself, but how can you hang yourself if you can't even tie your shoes?
I'm
But
I'm
this
not sure what
dude
you think
was
this proves.
actually the guy that
I'm not sure what you think this
it goes
proves.
further. This
This is
this is going
but these people claim to be something, and do you think we should just believe them because the government took an interest in them? So what? The government took an interest
no,
in Patrice Sankara. So should I believe that he was an otherworldly being? I'm not sure what you mean.
no, but you can be able to look at the evidence that's there, and whenever even
There isn't
them
any.
that have
There's
yeah,
literally no
Phil Schneider
evidence. These guys just wrote a book
Phil
and said that they
Schneider
have.
had evidence on tables in front of his conferences, and it was of all kinds of stuff. His father was the one that actually went over there and took the picture about the balloon and stuff.
Phil Schneider
That's
had.
UFOs.
Okay, Phil Schneider had proof of what? What did he have proof of?
Of metals and all the stuff that his grandfathers took him. See,
Of
that guy was
metal?
actually the one
Phil
that
Schneider
the
had.
news
Hold on. Phil Schneider had evidence of metal. Is that it?
of a lot of other stuff, man. Like, what do you know about that air jail that they got now?
This isn't telling me anything, bro. Like I'm not sure what you want me. Like a whole bunch of quacks were
What
interviewed
I'm
by the
getting
government.
at,
What are we getting at?
is that these guys, they were high qualified people inside of the military, and even then themselves, they said, look, there is a creator.
But no, they weren't. They weren't qualified in the military.
Hell yeah, they were.
No, they weren't. They were all quacks. None of these people were in the military.
I don't. Well, I got another friend of mine, right? His name is Zane Cox. He
Oh my God!
comes
Hold on, man. I don't want to be here about friends and random people. What does this actually prove? Just because some people believe in God, that's not extraordinary. They didn't do anything. They didn't prove anything.
Okay, so, I mean, what if you breathe? I mean, every
It doesn't say
single
Yahweh
day.
when we breathe. No, it doesn't say Yahweh when we breathe. It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it
Look it up.
doesn't.
Do a little bit more looking up, man. You'll
I
be
know
able
what
to
you're
see.
talking about. It doesn't say that. Oxygen and carbon monoxide are not spelled out as Yahweh. They're not.
If you put your mouth to that microphone and you breathe, don't say nothing. Just breathe in and out. What does it say? Right.
Nothing.
And listen to what it says.
It doesn't say anything.
Your lungs automatically make that sound. And
No, it
call for
doesn't.
the creator.
What you're talking about has been you realize what you're talking about has been researched, right? It doesn't do that.
This has been researched, and that's
Yeah,
why they
and what you're
showed
saying
it.
is wrong. It doesn't say that.
Well, you just want to disagree.
I'm not
I mean,
disagreeing. I'm literally telling you what you're saying is wrong. It doesn't say that, bro. You can look this up
I'm
right
saying,
now if you want to. Swipe out the app and go look up to see if your lungs actually say Yahweh when you breathe in and out. There's actual studies on it. It doesn't say that, bro. Like you're
saying,
just
man,
you're just
you tried right
you're
now
just you're
to
just
say
believing
that.
stuff that people have told you. It doesn't say that, man. I'm telling you right now.
No, if you ain't never been in a quiet room and just breathe in and out and listen to what it says, what does it sound like?
Nothing. It sounds like me breathing in and out.
No, it
Yahweh is
sounds
not. Yahweh has a specific pronunciation. When you breathe in and out, that pronunciation does not happen.
well. Again, I got my beliefs. You got your beliefs. Respect yours. You respect mine. And happy hunting. Go and look some stuff up. I hope you find it.
All right, appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I did have Welded in here before. I'm not sure what happened. Did he drop out or where he went? Yeah, Welded still. If you're still there, go ahead and request up. Welded still. If you're still there, go ahead and request up. Like I said, I give everybody at least 15 to 20 minutes, which is why I couldn't get to you yet. But if you're there, Welded still, go ahead and request up again. All right, y'all. Appreciate all y'all being in here. We got 3.4K likes. We got 23 people in here. Go ahead and keep liking the live. Share the live if you will like. Remember that I do have a YouTube as well. This goes up on my YouTube. Y'all go ahead and go to my the link tree in my bio. You'll be able to see me on YouTube as well. All right, Moses, we already spoke. I want someone else to come on up. You can go to the link tree in my bio. I have my YouTube there. You can go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube because after TikTok ends, we want to go ahead and keep trying to do this. Keep trying to do these lives, and bro. I want to reach as much people as possible. Mr. Craven, I'm not sure what you're talking about. The Pope is Satan. I don't know what I don't know what to do with that. Yeah, I did heard about Lemonade. I did heard about that. I do have a Lemonade as well. Lemonade is on my bio as well. But I'm not sure if Lemonade is gonna have the same functionality. Right now, Lemonade doesn't have live, you know. So we'll see if it has the same functionality. If it does have the same functionality, then we're in the money. You know, hopefully they update Lemonade to have it just like TikTok. What I'm predicting is gonna do, if they have to, if TikTok has to get banned, Lemonade is gonna become the new TikTok. They're just gonna move all the functionality over, probably move all our content over as well. I hope they do. That's what I hope they do. They probably move all the content over. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. When I but you know, all your followers have to download Lemonade. So we'll see what's gonna happen. TikTok, you know, close to the ban, they'll probably tell people to download Lemonade. You know what I mean? Or when in the US, when you try to open up the TikTok app, it'll probably tell you to download Lemonade instead. You know, that's probably what's gonna happen. So if they do the live functionality over there, then great. But if not, then we'll just have to try to get people over to YouTube. All right, y'all. I do appreciate you all being here. We have 4.1K likes and 14 people in here. Go ahead and keep liking it live. I don't want to do another reset. I did have someone here who was ops. He did disagree with me, but for some reason he disappeared. I'm not sure if he's still here. Welded, if you're still here, go ahead and request again. I'm not sure if you requested last time, but go ahead and request and I'll go ahead and bring you up. But again, I do appreciate you all being here. Again, I do have Lemonade. I have YouTube as well. Hopefully, Lemonade gets a revamp and they add live functionality, and they tell everybody to just go over there, and they cross over all of our content. I'm hoping that's what they do. I'm hoping that they figure out a way to send all the content that we have over here over to the Lemonade app if TikTok gets banned. But yeah, I do have the link tree in my bio. You can check the link tree in my bio. I do have a YouTube as well. I'm not sure how to say your name. Swarsy. I don't try to take other people's faith away. You can believe whatever you want. This is more for debate and discussion. Let's see. All right, the one above all. Sounds like a Marvel character. Actually, that is a Marvel character. The one above all. That's a Marvel character.
You're right about that.
Yeah. All right, one above all. How's it going?
All good, brother.
Cool. Antonio, send a request. I'll bring you up right after one above all. All right. So, you over 18 for TikTok purposes?
I'm 40.
Cool. Disagree with what I got on the board?
What was that?
Do you disagree with what I have on the board?
God, it isn't necessary for purpose, morals, or values. I guess I disagree with. Well, I believe in God, so that would be my disagreement.
All right, cool. Talk to me. You want to pick something and we could discuss it? You mentioned.
So I was going to highlight if you knew about Dante's Inferno, the Divine Comedy.
Yeah.
So I would argue that this is a great example right here. If you are happy with where you are, and whereas I believe in salvation a little bit higher. Now, in Dante's Inferno, in the Divine Comedy, Dante wishes to explore the 9 levels of hell. And in the first level, he is greeted by Virgil. Now, Virgil is his guide in the first level, and that's purgatory, Purgatorio. And what Virgil explains to him is that he is in the first level of hell, which is purgatory. And he explains that because he became, had the morals, the values, the wisdom, the philosophy before Christianity. So this was before Christianity. This is who Virgil is. That he was not granted access to paradise because he did not believe in Jesus Christ. Now, in the Divine Comedy, when Dante gets out of purgatory, purgatory is the first level of hell. It's the easiest level of hell, which is the middle ground between paradise and the deepest of hell. So it's not pain and suffering, but it's not, I guess, glorious heaven.
Right.
And what they talk about in the Divine Comedy is that when Dante gets out of purgatory and he's greeted by Beatrice, she is the divine guide, and she leads Dante to paradise and shows him what paradise is. So I agree with you that God isn't necessary for purpose, morals, and values. I agree with you on that. I guess my debate would be with you right now is, are you happy with that if you use the Divine Comedy as a reference that there is a paradise outside of purgatory, but all atheists who have purpose, morals, values, and philosophy are condemned to purgatory for not believing in God? So because you did not do, killing children, doing all these horrendous crimes against humanity, you're not sentenced to the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth levels of hell, right? In Dante's Inferno, your condemnation is for the sins you've during your life. Where Virgil sat was the first level, which is he was a philosophical man. He was very wise in his time. He was basically one of the Stoics, but he was not granted access to paradise because he lived before Jesus Christ and he never believed in God at all. And I guess my question to you would be, as an atheist, if that was your future, if that was, would you be happy with that? I guess that's where, I guess, if it's a debate or if it's more just me asking you.
Yeah, I get the question. Yeah, so in Divine Comedy, just like how you said, purgatory is just a place where people, motherfuckers just bored, I guess, just walking around aimlessly. Yeah, I'll be fine with that. Like, yeah, sure, because I'm not, being tortured. So it's like, okay, cool. Okay. If all that exists, but purgatory is the one that's real and is essentially a waiting room where I gotta read magazines, I guess I'll do push-ups for 1 trillion years. I guess, I'll...
That's literally what it is, brother. It's like a waiting room for you. And the thing is about purgatory is it's literally that, a waiting room where you get to read your philosophies, your wisdoms, your teachings, your books. But because you didn't commit any crimes against humanity in the Divine Comedy, you're not condemned to the worst levels of hell.
Yeah, I'll be fine with that.
Okay. All right. And listen, brother, then you know what? Have a good night. I won't take up the 20 minutes. I literally just wanted to come in and ask. All good, brother.
All right. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one.
Have a good night.
You too. All right, y'all. Again, I do appreciate everybody being here. Y'all go ahead and keep liking the live. We got 19 people in here. We're almost at 5K likes, y'all. Let's go ahead and try to get to 5K likes. Message Matt just got there means everyone who doesn't even know Jesus is still going to hell. Is that what the Divine Comedy is about? Or that's what purgatory is? But yeah, purgatory is just a waiting room where, niggas is chilling. Then yeah. I don't care. I don't mind that. But all right, y'all, I do appreciate everybody being here. Let's go ahead and get us to 5K likes. Let's go ahead and keep the guests going. Now, I always have this up, 20 minutes each guest. For some reason, people don't like to be patient. They drop out, or they leave for some reason. But let's see who I got here. I Swarzy, I'm gonna go ahead and invite you up. Let's see if Swarzy is still here. All right, y'all. So go ahead and y'all keep liking the live. I do appreciate everybody who's joining right now. If you disagree with what I got on the board, go ahead and send a request. We can go ahead and still talk about it. If you would like to follow me on YouTube, go to the link tree in my bio. Because of course TikTok is gonna end soon, so we're gonna be go ahead and migrating over to YouTube. There's also the Lemonade app. We're gonna be going over there as well to the Lemonade app. Lady, when you ask me what do I believe, that depends on the topic. If it comes to like anything supernatural, I don't believe in that. But you can go ahead and request. I'm gonna talk to Swarzy first, and then I'll talk to you. Okay, lady. All right, Swarzy, how's it going? Did I say it correctly, Swarzy?
Eve is fine.
Eve is fine. Okay, cool. You said I'm trying to take away people's beliefs. No, I'm not. Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that? I believe that because you are trying to take away people's beliefs, and it's not really going to happen because whatever people believe in, they believe in.
Okay, I'm kind of confused. Say that one more time.
I said whatever people believe in, you're not going to take that away from them. I respect you. You should respect other people's religions.
Why?
Why? I'm only after saying it. I respect yours. You should respect mine. I have two brothers that are atheists, but I respect them.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I have respect for a person. Yeah, I mean, and even like for example, I'm not gonna go to a church and stick my middle finger up in the middle of service. Like I'm not gonna do that. You know what I mean? So that's as far as respect goes. Yeah, I'll respect that you have your beliefs, but I am gonna question. Why is that a problem?
But why are you questioning? Like, I'm not questioning you. You shouldn't question others.
Yeah, question me all you want. I'll take questions. I've been questioning all night. Question me all you want. Like
Okay.
we should all
Okay.
question each other.
What made you an atheist?
I saw that there was no reason for me to believe it. There was no evidence that it's true. Some of it is evidently not true, and not only that, there was no utility for it, no utility for it in my life. I went through a role of probably about 10 years of deconstruction to see if, hey, does this actually have evidence of it being true? Because I just believed it all my life. You know what I mean? So I went out to look to see, let me go ahead and prove this to be right, because I just believed it all my life and never really questioned it. So I went ahead and looked and started looking and started seeing that, okay, there's really no evidence that this is actually true or actual true thing that I should believe. So I had to ask myself, like, what is the good reason for me to believe in it? And when I couldn't find any, I had to ask myself, is there any utility for it? Like, is there a point of it being in my life for me to believe it in order for me to live a good and productive life? And that answer was no too. So if I have no reason to believe it, some of it, a lot of it can't be proven to be true. Some of it is evidently not true, and it has no utility. There's no reason for me to believe it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
So were you born an atheist?
I think we're all born atheists.
No, we're not.
The reason why I think so, because babies can't, reason. The only if I grew up in a house of an atheist household, I probably wouldn't believe in any gods.
What I mean is, was your parents atheists?
Give me 1 second. Hey, Silo, I see you in the request box. I'm gonna bring you up right after us, Eve. Okay. Silo, if you wanna also speak, let me know. I don't know if you want to talk to Eve or not, or you just want to talk to me. But yeah, Eve, when my parents were Christians. Both my mother was raised Catholic. She became Protestant. My dad is a Protestant Pentecostal Christian. my grandmother on my dad's side was a Haitian voodoo practitioner, and my grandmother on my mom's side was a Catholic.
Okay. Well, I'm a Christian, and my two brothers are atheists because of reasons known to them, because of things that happened within the family.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, people have different reasons to.
I still have my religion. I don't go to church, but I still have my religion. I believe in God. I will always believe in God, but I don't go to church because of the situation with the Catholic Church.
Yeah,
I think
I
it's
could.
corrupt.
Yeah,
It's corrupt.
I definitely understand that. Yeah, I could definitely understand
So,
that.
what I'm saying is, you still can't take my beliefs away in God or Lady. Or you said here one night, no one should pray to a saint. I pray to the saints. No one's going to prevent me from doing that. I pray to God. I pray to Our Lady. Our Lady is my mother. God is my father. There's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, which is the Trinity in my life.
Okay. Yeah, sure. You can. You can pray to those things. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And no one is ever going to take that away. What I'm saying here, there's no one I've never come across another live that has, I'm a Christian, are you an atheist?
I've come across those before. The reason why I don't do those anymore is because they kind of shout you down, and don't really let you talk. So
Well, I'm not up here to demean you or demean your what way you think.
yeah, that's fine. What I'm saying is that those I've seen those lives before that you're talking about. You know, the why aren't you a Christian or atheist, this and that. And I've tried to speak with them, but it never really goes well because they're I'm not sure if you've ever been on that side of TikTok, but they're not very good at when it comes to discussion. You know what I mean? So it's they kind of bring a whole bunch of like people onto the stage just to dogpile you, and I don't like to do that. That's why I do these 20 minutes each guest. I'll talk to people one versus one, et cetera, et cetera.
Understandable. What had you a trauma in your life that actually caused you to be an atheist? Because my brothers had.
No, the trauma that I have in my life, it didn't cause me to become atheist. Because I didn't have any church trauma. I had other trauma, like seeing people get killed in front of me, stuff like that. So like that's the trauma I had, and it caused me to be atheist. I actually went deeper into the church when that happened. My deconversion happened like way later.
Okay. Well, that happened to me too. I lost my two brothers. I lost my mother. I also lost my father, who passed away right in front of us. I lost my mother, who passed away right in front of me.
Right.
But she was a very, very Christian woman. And to the day she passed away on that bed, and I sat with her for 7 hours, she had her rosary beads in her hand. And while she was there, she was looking across the room, and me and my brother walked outside, and two feathers fell at our feet. We went back in, and she said she could see her two sons. So what I'm saying is, there is an afterlife. She's seen her two sons. Her
Okay.
sons came to take her.
Okay. Yeah.
And
I understand a lot of people.
Just as she said that, she looked around at all her family, which was her sons and one daughter, which I am, one daughter, and she went, I have to go.
Gotcha. Eve, can you just pause for me real quick? Hey, Dale, if you're in a bathtub, you probably shouldn't be on your phone, because I just sent you a request. You said that you're not coming up because you're in a bathtub. Probably don't be on your phone while you're in a bathtub. All right. You're probably not gonna, get shocked, or it's probably not gonna have the same, effect as a toaster. But don't drop your phone, and you should be safe. Yeah, so when it comes to that, like I understand that people have like religion gets them through things, and a lot of people believe in the afterlife. Now, when it comes to the afterlife, I see no evidence of that being the case. So it's one of the things that I don't believe either, but I do know that it does help a lot of people. Dale, if you wanna, once you get off the bathtub, you wanna go ahead and come on up. We can go ahead and talk once that's done. But yeah, I don't see any evidence for the afterlife either. But I do understand that it gets people through some things. So I'm not gonna take that away from them. Like I said, I don't walk into churches and be like, hey, you're all wrong and F God and stuff like that. I don't do that. It's just that I do these to discuss with people and to kind of normalize atheism, especially for someone who looks like me.
So you've never experienced anything from the afterlife?
Yeah, sure. I've when my one of my friends passed away from a car accident. I had a dream. I think after we buried him, I had a dream him saying that he's okay, he's in heaven and stuff like that. My grandmother also said that when she went to Haiti after my uncle passed away, she said that she spoke to him through a veil or whatever. So yeah, there's been plenty of those. I just don't think any of those actually definitively prove the afterlife.
Well, I've experienced a lot of the afterlife, and I've seen people that have passed away, and I wasn't asleep, and I wasn't dreaming, and I wasn't hallucinating, and I don't drink. So you explain that to me.
Like what did you experience?
My brothers, my mother, family members,
And what
literally walking past me.
they were like ghosts?
Yes.
And how long after they passed away did you see it?
Oh, about a month.
About a month. All right. So
I continue to see them,
you continue to see them, like where?
like in my home.
Okay. Can you talk to them and interact with them in any way?
Can I communicate with them? I
Yeah.
hear their voices sometimes, yes, and I'm wide awake,
Yeah, their
and I'm
voices.
not doing anything. And you know what I'm talking about.
I know
I'm
what you're
not
talking about.
doing anything.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's that actually is pretty normal. After my grandmother passed away, she passed away 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago. She passed away 10 years ago, and yeah, I could still hear what her voice sounds like. My uncle, I could still hear what his voice sounds like. There are things where I pass by that after he passed away, like a year after that, I thought I saw him, stuff like that. So yeah, that's these are pretty normal things to happen. But
Oh, no. It's not pretty normal, like 10 years later. It's not pretty normal to hear your brother's voice saying your name and stand looking at you.
okay, so yeah, if
Okay.
if you're
So I believe in the afterlife because I see it.
all right, cool. How do we access it?
How do we access it? I don't know. You tell me how we access it, because I'm a very spiritual person. Maybe if you're very spiritual, you can access that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. How comes people like their version of the afterlife it changes with the culture?
Sorry?
Why those people's version of the afterlife change with culture? If you go to another culture, their version of the afterlife is completely different.
Well, I'm Irish, so I wouldn't know about other people's cultures and the afterlife.
Right.
I just know about what I experience.
Right. So that's why that is what raises my
So
doubt in the
what I'm
afterlife.
saying is, there is another dimension, and if there's another dimension, there's an afterlife which I experience, as I've said, and
All right, cool. How do we
if
prove
that
it?
dimension is there, that's the crossover.
All right, cool. How do we prove it?
So if the crossover is there and there's dimensions and they're walking through you every day, which they are, your family members are there who love you, and they're walking through you, and they're with you, and they're protecting you.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. My question is, how do we actually show this to be true?
I'm after asking you, did you experience it? If you have a dream, they're touching on you if you're dreaming of that person.
Okay. The thing is, I don't think my dreams actually prove an afterlife. Otherwise, my dreams would prove that I can fly because I've had those dreams before.
Have you flown in your dreams?
Yes, I have.
Oh, that's a new one. I've never flown in my dreams,
I've
but
flown in
I
my
do
dreams.
know that. Sorry?
I've flown in my dreams. I've had powers in my dreams. There's a lot of things that happen in my dreams. There was a dream I had, like I was like John Wick, and I was like fighting people off and stuff. There's lots of like dreams I've had. But what I'm saying is, like, I understand that these experiences are certain things. Like, I'm not doubting the
Well,
experience.
you just said you had a dream about your grandmother. Yes.
Yeah, I had a dream about my grandmother. I had a dream about my friend that passed away. I had a dream about I've heard my uncle's voice. I actually still hear my uncle's voice sometimes. You know what I mean? So it's like
Okay.
I've heard it.
Okay. Well, if you're not awake whilst you're seeing this, read up about visitations. Okay. Visitations is where they visit you in your dreams.
I've heard that my fiance she practices something called obia. So like she's had her ancestors visit her and stuff like that. Like we talk about this all the time. And I always tell her, like, I'm not gonna doubt that you experience something. I just kind of doubt that the afterlife is an actual real thing until we get actual definitive proof of it.
Well, I had proof of it, but I can't hand that proof to you. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I
You really
understand that.
need to
That's
see
why.
it.
Right,
So
right.
if there's an afterlife,
Mm-hmm.
I believe in there's a heaven. If there's evil in the world and there's Satan, there's
Mm-hmm.
definitely a heaven. You can't
Okay, sure.
believe in the devil and not believe in God.
Yeah, I don't believe in either. I don't believe there's a saint either. I'm not scared of the underground basement fairy. All
So
right,
you
walk with
believe in
Timothy.
Satan.
Yeah, give me a second. Walk with Timothy.
Hello.
Yeah, walk with Timothy. Timothy. Give me a few minutes, okay? All right. Yeah. So Eve, yeah, I don't believe in a saint either. I don't believe. I have no fear of the underground basement fairy. Why should I?
I have no fear of Satan either.
Yeah. And I don't think it even exists. So like when atheists say that we don't have any God belief, that includes the God of the underworld that tortures people.
Well, that's okay. I'll let you talk to the other guests, but I just thought I'd just come up and speak. You
Not a
sent me
problem.
the
Not a problem. Eve. I
request,
appreciate you.
so okay, thank you.
No problem. You have a good one. Good. Have a good day. All right, Timothy. How's it going? I saw a few of your comments, but I couldn't make a lot of things out of them. Now you said something about evolution that is not tied to atheism. I know it's not. It's just that a lot of the guests I do get are tend to be creationists. That's why I added it.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds good to me.
Okay. You did disagree with something else. You said all the countries that eliminated slavery were majority Christian.
Yes, they were.
I don't disagree with that, but do you know why they started to do it?
You're saying why they stopped slavery?
Yeah, there was
If you
one.
look at William Wilberforce, in Britain, Britain was the European country that ended slavery the earliest, and that was about in the 1830s. You know, America didn't do it till what, 1860s, right? Civil War and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So William Wilberforce was a staunch Christian, and there was a like social revival movement to get closer to a pure form of Christianity, the Victorian era, right, where people didn't want to show women didn't want to show their legs too much, you know, all that stuff. That came from this push from Christians. So you can actually look up. There's a movie that's really cool about it. It's called Amazing Grace,
Mm-hmm.
and it's about the origins of that song Amazing Grace, which was written by a slave trader who became a Christian, realized that he was being evil, and he found forgiveness with God for all of his evils and became a monk. And he wrote that song, and I believe he worked with William Wilberforce on that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a huge movement towards Christianity. And he said that God put before my heart two things: the reformation of manners and the abolition of slavery.
Okay.
So you can find so many examples of abolitionists. Just Google like famous abolitionists and then go look up their religion. And most of them were not atheists.
I don't doubt that. So there was a lot of most abolitionists, especially in the abolitionist movement, were Christians. I don't doubt that at all. Number one, that doesn't show God exists. And number two, yeah, sure, Great Britain started ending it in the 1830s. But what was the event that convinced them that they should?
Well, what do you think the event was? What are you trying to get at? Because I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Do you see the flag on my profile?
Where is that from? I'm not familiar with that flag.
That's from Haiti. What did Haiti do?
Oh, Haiti. I'm glad you brought up Haiti.
And what did they do?
Yeah, the slave revolt. That was
Yeah.
one of the earliest countries that actually abolished slavery.
It's the first one in the Western world to abolish slavery, and it wasn't a Christian movement.
Well, you could say that, but who was the leader?
Dutty Bootman.
Well, there were several leaders.
Yeah, there was
So
Dutty
if you
Boukma. There was Dutty Boukma.
go-
There was Toussaint. There was Dessalines.
Okay, so I don't speak French, so I don't know how to pronounce the name. How do you say it again?
The first one to do it was Dutty Boukma, and he created Dutty Boukma and a few others. They were the first revolutionaries, and the revolution started with a voodoo ceremony.
Okay, so I understand that there was like followers of voodoo that were part of that. I don't know. I'm going to butcher this guy's name, but if you just Google the leader of the Haitian slave revolt, this
Toussaint.
guy's name pops up. Yeah, that one. So why don't you mention him at all? Is he not part of it, or?
He was he was part of it, and what he was
Google
a
says he was the leader of it.
yeah, he was the leader. I'm talking about who started it, like the movement to actually give me a second. The movement to actually end slavery in Haiti was started by the practitioners of voodoo. They were the first ones. Now Toussaint was a leader. I'm not gonna deny that he was one of the leaders. He was in there too, but he was a syncretist, meaning that his Catholicism and voodoo practice, he combined them. So even he was part of voodoo.
Yeah. So are those like atheist beliefs that they had?
No, it's African religion.
Okay, so religious still, not atheist, probably the opposite of atheist. So I'm just wondering, why do you think that's something like, you know what I'm saying? You kind of get what I'm saying with that it was religious people still. It was still a theist, right?
Right. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because a lot of people tend to think that slavery ended when Christians just decided to become better, and that's not what happened. There was a
That is
violent
kind of what
revolution.
happened.
There was a violent revolution of Africans, and that's why they ended it.
Well, that's what happened in Haiti and like Jamaica, right? But Europe was under no obligation to follow Haiti or Jamaica, right?
When Haiti revolted, that shocked the economy of both France and Britain because that's where they were getting their sugar from. So they had to.
Yeah, but they still chose to. As a matter of fact, part of the process of Britain getting rid of slavery was to actually bankrupt themselves more. They decided to spend a lot of money to end slavery.
Yeah, because they had
So
to.
to say that a small little island colony somewhere that wasn't, I mean, sure, like I'm sure they loved having the free labor and the sugar and all that, but to say that forced the entire world superpower of Britain to do something against its will is probably not supported by the history, I would say.
Have you ever read a book called The Black Jacobins?
Can you say that again? I'm going to type it in.
Read a book called The Black Jacobins. It goes into a lot of detail on why the Haitian Revolution forced Spain, France, and England to end slavery because they couldn't survive without it.
I've never heard that before because honestly, I mean, you're talking about a world superpower going against its own will and changing the minds of all of the guys to go out of their way to risk their careers and to risk the entire economy because they went through a lot of trouble to end slavery through their own efforts. And you're kind of making it sound like Jamaica had a gun to their head and forced them to do it.
No, it didn't force them to do it. I'm saying that the social shock of it happening, plus the economic effects of not being able to take advantage of slavery anymore, and them being afraid of other revolts, they just said, let's go ahead and just end it.
Yeah, in the colonies. Yeah, so that was in the colonies. But that,
The
that really
the United States didn't give a shit. The United States kept it going.
yeah, they kept it going for quite a while. They tried to.
And the United States were actually terrified that news of the Haitian Revolution will reach the slaves in America because of that. They knew that they will revolt.
Yeah, I'm sure that was part of it as well. Yeah. And again, all these things are very complicated, but you're not going to find any atheists as part of that equation. I can't even find population statistics for atheists in the 1700s. Can you?
You're never gonna find that, probably because back then, being atheist probably got you unalive.
So here, and this is one thing that I've noticed a lot with atheists, and honestly, the popular culture in general, I think kind of goes along with it. It's this idea that religion was always evil and always pushing people towards evil, and the atheists kind of came along and pulled them out of that through rationality and goodness.
I don't think anyone says that.
What usually happens throughout history is it's religious people talking to other religious people about what is the best way to do this? What is truth? What is moral? What is scientific? And it was always a religious person talking to another religious person. And what tends to happen is we take that out of context. For example, Galileo, and we say, oh, look, Galileo was persecuted by religion for his science. When you look up the story of Galileo, that's not at all what happened. Galileo was a Christian till the day he died.
Right.
There was no.
The thing is, I don't think anyone says that religion was making everybody in that time bad people, but we do know that, like theocracy and religious fervor causes bad things to happen. That's just a fact of our reality. Every single theocracy automatically decreased the rights of people. That always happened. You see what I'm saying? And when it comes to things, people becoming enlightened, they didn't become enlightened because they were talking to more religious people. They became enlightened because they started to question whether what they were doing was correct. And if they were, and they were doing it in the name of God, they started to question what the God belief even was. Like you see this all throughout the Enlightenment era. The Enlightenment era is the time when like deism rose the most. And that's when we saw more atheists come out as well. Like, for example, in the French Revolution, a lot of the French revolutionaries were atheists. You know what I mean? Now, of course, they went too far with it because, again, having a state based on any type of rigid belief is going to cause that. But like the French Revolution in of itself, a lot of it was atheists. You see what I'm saying? So it's not just.
I've read a little bit about the French Revolution, and it's probably one of the least successful or most bloody and barbaric revolution that happened in Europe. And they very quickly afterwards elected Napoleon as their leader, who was religious himself, and immediately he kind of amended things with the church, and they kind of like stepped back from that. But so if your example is that religious fervor and theocracy, which Christians agree with you, by the way, Christians created, and this is something we can argue about too, but like John Locke, the ideas of secularism and tolerance, where the stuff in our Constitution was based on John Locke. Mm-hmm. And in John Locke's Letters of Tolerance, he wrote all about kind of like tolerance and secularism, right? That we shouldn't favor one religion, because he was tired of the Catholic Church throwing its power around, right? So he said that but also, even though he wrote like tolerance and secularism about that stuff, and that was what our Constitution was based on, he also said not to tolerate atheism. Do you know why he said not to tolerate atheism?
Why?
Because he said, so John Locke, the father of secularism and tolerance that our Constitution was based on, he said not to tolerate atheism because he said that there is a social contract between all men who believe in God. That there are consequences for things, whatnot.
Still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. But John Locke said not to trust or tolerate atheism because it was immoral, because you're ignoring some of the basic fabric of society and morality, which is those social contracts that happen under God. But the reason I say that is you're talking about theocracy, right?
But
so Christians created the ideas of tolerance and secularism that were pushed into the Constitution, which is, again, theists, right? Not atheists.
All right, but then here's the problem. Here's the problem, Timothy. Timothy, hold on. Timothy, hold on. Here's the problem. John Locke also believed that slavery was okay.
Yeah, and social Darwinism is bad too. Darwin believed a lot of very
wait. Hold on. We're not just gonna skip. Hold on, wait, Timothy. We're not gonna just go ahead and skip past that. John Locke believed that slavery was okay. So you can't say. Hold on, wait. You can't credit him with creating secularism and then say, well,
I'm not the one who does that.
wait, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying to you. In this discussion, you can't say that, secularism and freedom and all that came from Christianity when the person who you're crediting with all this believed slavery was okay, which is not which is not tolerant, nor is its freedom. I'm saying, like, these are hold on, wait, listen. These are way more complex than you're trying to make it. You just can't say, Christianity created the secular world when much of the Christians back then thought slavery was okay. Darwin didn't actually. He didn't believe slavery was okay. He was actually an abolitionist. Now he was a man of his time. He was a man of his time who believed in, who said, hold on, wait, listen what I'm saying to you. Come on, bro. Don't be condescending. Because I listened to you and I wasn't condescending. So listen to me. Don't be condescending.
No, I
Listen.
got you.
So Darwin was a man of his time who used primitive and savage to explain other cultures. Yeah, he did do that. And yeah, in our minds today, that's racist, which it is. I agree with you there. But he was an abolitionist. He didn't believe in social Darwinism of the stronger cultures taking over the other cultures. He didn't believe that at all. He argued against that, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, you're right. I don't disagree with you on any of that. But he also did say that Africans or black people were a closer relative to the apes, like a subhuman of mankind. So it did go a little bit further. It did go a little bit further than just saying savage or whatever else.
He didn't say that.
It wasn't. Look at it. Yeah, and people can look at that up. That's. I'm not making things up.
He said all of humanity is closer to the ape. That was one of the main arguments he was having to show his theories are correct. He said all humanity is closer to the apes. And he was right. We are apes. All right. Emio, I think that's how you say your name. I do see you still in the box. Give me a few more moments with Timothy, and I'll bring you up. And you might be my last guest before we go ahead and raid Justin's live. But all right, Timothy, you have anything else for me? We have about 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll just make one more statement. The Western world is still a majority Christian, although it is becoming more and more atheist over time. I see a lot of lives where atheists will love to mention the slavery, right? That religion leads to slavery, that the Bible is pro-slavery, this ancient book that's such a problem, even though the Western world has abolished slavery for a long time now. But we have 2 atheist states in the world, North Korea and China. China will not allow anyone into their communist party unless they are atheists. They only allow 5 religions, and most religions that they do allow, they have to strictly regulate, and they have their own Chinese version of that religion that they're more okay with because they can control it better. They've got 2 million Uyghur Muslims, according to the United Nations, in camps where they are tortured, SA'd, and other very bad things happen to them, all based on religion. So you have atheists in power in China that have slaves today. Not only that, 83% of the child lithium mining slavery that happens in Africa today is done by atheist China. So atheist China and atheist North Korea, they're the only 2 atheist states in the world. Those things need to be fixed. And if we're going to accuse, we're going to wring our hands and worry about an ancient book because we found some verses that mention slavery. Let's look at slavery in 2024 and look at which 2 states that are specifically atheist states that enforce atheism on its own government that own slaves in 2024, according to the UN. And let's be consistent about that.
Yeah, sure. Let's be consistent. America also owns slaves. In our Constitution, slavery is still legal if you commit a crime. And hold on. Slavery is still legal. Hold on. Slavery is still legal if you commit a crime. And our prisoners aren't in fact slaves. They're forced to do that labor, and many of them do it for free. In some states, like Louisiana, we still have black people picking cotton, and they're prisoners. That's number one. Number two. China and North Korea are officially atheist states, and North Korea is not prohibited unless it harms the state, which is kind of stupid. I agree with you there. And China, they do allow religion, of course, and again, if it doesn't harm the state, which is stupid. I agree with you there. They do also have slaves, but we're not going to sit here and pretend that the United States, one of the biggest Christian country in the world, does not have slavery. Also, a lot of the companies that exist over in Africa that are enslaving children, you know where they're from? They're from Europe, they're from Canada, and they're from America. De Beers, for example, is a European country that caused civil war in Africa for cheaper diamonds. Shell is an American oil company that caused war in Nigeria. Look up the Biafra War in Nigeria. Shell was behind that. Nestle, who was also an American company, killed babies in order to make profit. If we're gonna be consistent, let's be all the way consistent. Let's not pretend that Christian countries are just these places of, divine moral rights. We're doing very immoral things as well. America itself invaded my parents' country, Haiti, in 1920, enslaved people, and committed atrocities. You know what I'm saying? So we're not gonna sit here and pretend that it's just these official atheist countries that are doing fucked up shit. All of them are.
I'm sorry, man. I just can't. Prison is not slavery.
Yeah, it is.
I would ask you a question then. Just an honest question. But also, the atheist leader of China, that's kind of it's the opposite of a theocracy, right? It's an atheist dictator, which we have a lot of in history, which is interesting to look at, but that's a side point. But can you think of a way where you could handle like crime and punishment and not ever have a prison in any kind of country? Does that happen anywhere?
Over in the Scandinavian countries, they have rehabilitative justice and not carceral justice. We can go ahead and put people into these facilities to rehabilitate them, but we don't need to enslave them.
Okay, which country is that?
Look up Iceland, look up Norway, look up Finland, look up Sweden. Their prison system is not like our prison system.
Sweden has prisons.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying to you. I know they have prisons, but their system is not like ours. They don't enslave their prisoners. We enslave our prisoners. Bro,
so you're saying
hold on, wait, stop, hold on, Timothy, listen to what I'm saying to you, because you're kind of being just disingenuous. Timothy, listen to what I'm saying to you, all right, and don't be disingenuous. I understand that they have prison. Their prison system does not work the way our prison system works. Our prison system works literally on slavery. Our Constitution says that slavery is illegal except as a punishment for a crime. And in our prison system, they are forced to work, many of them in some states, completely for free. That is slavery. The prison system in other countries do not do that.
So you're mentioning so Sweden is 59% Christian. So that is your perfect example?
It's not about them being Christian or not. The fact that they do not have slavery. And also a lot of the African countries that we're talking about where kids are enslaved, guess which companies are there? Swedish companies. So they're not enslaving their own people, but who are they enslaving? Come on, bro. Like let's stop being disingenuous. Like Christian countries are not the best at the world doing all this shit, bro.
Swedish prisons do require them to participate in occupational activities. They're required to work for 6 hours a day, Monday through Friday. They work on subcontracted products, indoor maintenance, laundry, and studying. But that's not slavery.
No, that's not slavery. You know why? Because because not only do they get paid, but they're treated as human. We don't treat our prisoners as human.
So I'm trying to figure out what specifically makes a prison a slave camp or a prison. Because you said work, so forcing them to work isn't an issue. What is the issue?
The way that we treat them and the fact that they can work, that many times they work for pennies or free.
So it's whether they get paid or not. Do they get paid in Swedish prisons?
Yeah, I think they get paid in Swedish prisons. But Timothy, this is besides the point. I said that our prison system in the United States is slavery. It's been described as that by multiple organizations. When I say these Swedish companies, in Sweden, they don't treat them that way. That you're just proving you're literally just proving my point. They don't treat them the way that we treat them here in America. And yeah, Sweden is officially 59% Christian, but look up how important the church is over there. A lot of them don't even view it as important. You'll find like the minority of them view Christianity as important. They're more cultural Christian than they are actual real Christians, like true believers.
in the context of atheism versus theism, how does China stand up to the prison treatment of prisoners, in the Uyghur Muslims specifically?
It's just as bad. Like we're not. What I'm saying. Like I don't think you're understanding my point here, bro. Like I really don't you're understanding my point. Yes, China has a dictatorship where they treat people fucked up and they're an atheist state. The United States doesn't have a dictatorship, but we treat people fucked up in our prison system. So obviously, being religious or not being religious is not the factor here. The factor here is politics.
Do you think China has like nicer camps than like American prisons?
It doesn't matter if they do or not, bro. What are you saying? You're saying that because that America is better because we treat our slaves better? What are we saying here?
Well, I mean, that calling them slaves is kind of,
Is not. If you go to Louisiana right now, right now, there's a plantation building that they still use as the governor's house. There are men out there picking cotton for free. What do you call that?
Well, if you're a prisoner, that's a separate thing.
No, it's
If you've
not.
broken the law,
It's slavery.
broken the law.
So hold on. So breaking a law is cool.
we can
So we can
mistreat
enslave people. If they so enslaving people is okay if they broke the law.
Well, is kidnapping okay?
That doesn't answer my question. Enslaving people is okay with you if they break a law.
So taking someone from their house and
Answer
putting
my
them in-
question first. Answer my question first. You
know that they're
believe?
related.
Do you believe? No, they're not. Do you believe that enslaving people is okay as long as they break a law?
Well, your definition of slavery is just to work.
That's
So
not my
I don't
definition of
think-
slavery. Don't come
what
up.
you said earlier.
Don't. No, it's not. Don't come up here and lie. I didn't say that.
Work without pay. Is that what you said? Work without
I
pay?
said forced labor without pay, under duress, and no freedom. That's what I
Well,
said.
duress is prison, right? You're forced to be there, right?
Forced to be there. Yes.
Right. So duress, you wouldn't say is unfair in a prison.
Well,
That's what a prison is. It's forcing you to be there.
well, yeah, you have to be there because you have to follow the laws of the country. Yeah, so you have to be there.
Duress is part of prison. But so your big issue is forcing them to work and not paying them.
Forcing them to work and not paying them and treating them as less than human.
So for treating them less than human. Okay, so that again, now we're getting to a subjective thing. I'm trying to get like
It's
an
not.
actual.
Bro, I've said this already. In America, the way we treat our slaves is the way we treat our prisoners is slavery. This has been shown by multiple it's just like multiple organizations have researched this. The way we treat our prisoners is inhumane and it's slavery. Our Constitution literally says that you can be a slave if you break a law. It's in our Constitution. So it's like, what are you arguing?
Well, I'm trying to figure out where prison equals slavery to you, and for you, I guess we've nailed
Our
it down.
Constitution.
You're saying
Our
that,
hold on, wait. Timothy, does the 13th Amendment say or not say that slavery is abolished except for punishment of a crime?
Yeah, absolutely, because that's what
Exactly.
prison is.
Exactly. So prison is slavery according to our Constitution.
Well, it's just saying.
No, ain't no well. Slavery is prison is slavery. Prison is slavery according to our Constitution. Ain't no well.
In Sweden, they take people against their will and they put them in a prison and they force them to work, but they will compensate them. So the difference is compensation in your mind.
It's like you're not listening to what I'm saying, bro. And I'm about to drop you because you're being disingenuous. Literally, our Constitution says that if you break a law, you become a slave. There's no more argument, bro.
Okay, so China's prison is better, is what you're saying. The atheist prison is better than the Western
If you
Christian prison?
if you do that again, I'm gonna drop you, bro. Because I'm gonna ask you one question. When did I say China's better? When did I say that?
Well, the whole context.
No,
of
don't tell
this
me.
is
Don't tell me. Well, when did I say that?
The context is atheism.
When did I
versus-
say it? When did I say it?
I'm asking you.
No. When did I say it? Answer that question.
I never said you said it. I'm asking.
So why did
is
you ask
China
me that?
better? Is atheist
So
China
why
better?
did you ask me that?
Would American prisons like to go to an atheist China prison rather than the American prison?
Why are you asking that question? What's the point of that question?
Because obviously the atheist system is worse.
No, it's not obvious. our system is worse. You know why our system is worse?
Okay,
You know
so now
what we
you are
you know
saying
you know what we do? Do you know what we do that's inhumane? You know what we do that's considered torture in our prison system? What we do? It's considered torture by even our own government. Do you know what's solitary confinement?
Yeah.
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 It's considered torture by our own government. China does it. Russia does it. I'm not saying that these places are better. That's not the point of my argument, bro. Y'all hear me? Yo, hello, do y'all hear me? Crap. It stopped over on this side.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I
there
can
we go.
agree with the solitary confinement thing.
All right, so do you understand my point? My point is not about it's better over in atheist China or anything like that. That's not my point. You've been missing my point this entire time. I'm not comparing Christian prison system compared to an atheist prison system. I'm saying that all these systems are fucked up, and it doesn't depend on religion. It depends on the politics. I said that twice already. You keep bringing back this. Oh, so should we go to atheist China? That's not the point.
Well, I mean, I do think atheist China is worse. I do, and you know, you're saying that America's worse, but I think China is worse.
I don't fucking live in. I don't know about China. I don't live in China.
What about the?
And it doesn't matter if it's worse or not. It's slavery. Like, it's bad, bro. Like, are we saying that? Oh, we treat our slaves better? You still got slaves.
Beating, stress position, sleep deprivation, isolation, threats to family members, mental manipulation, waterboarding, asphyxiation, electric batons.
Oh, like so stuff that we do here.
Forced labor.
So like what we do here, right?
Re-education programs.
So like what we do here.
I don't know. China's pretty bad, man.
Yeah, so like what we do here.
China's pretty bad.
Yeah, so like what we do here. You realize all that has happened here, right? Yeah, we realize that all that has happened here, right?
Legal here?
Huh?
Is it legal here?
Yeah.
Is it legal to hit people with those things?
Yeah.
Really? Sexual assault?
Have you seen what happens in prisons?
No, I said, is it legal? Not do corrupt guards do these things, but is it legal to do them? Is a corrupt guard legally allowed to do that to someone here?
Officially, it's not legal. Officially.
Okay, so in China, they do it. So
I
I
don't
don't know. Maybe
bro, listen, Timothy. I do not give a fuck. I don't care. That's not the point.
Dude.
That's not the point. Hold on, stop. Because you're being disingenuous. You keep trying to defend us being okay because we don't baton people as if slavery is fine. I don't care if we don't baton.
Slavery's not fine.
Exactly. We have slavery. I don't care if we don't baton our slaves.
You can talk about
Listen, Timothy. Listen. Be quiet for a second. I don't care that we don't baton our slaves. We still have slaves. That's the issue.
I understand what you're saying. I get it. I understand what you're saying. I do. So last thing I'll say, and I'll let you go because I know I'm stressing you out, man, and I appreciate your patience. As far as freedom and democracy, again, China, atheist China, CCP, Xi Jinping gets 95 to 100% of the votes for his leadership position. That is not a democracy. Obviously, and again, if Christians have to answer for their lack of freedom or a lack of, pro-slavery, pro-theocracy, which I've never heard really Christians argue for theocracy. I don't even know why y'all bring that up. But again, the only atheist
Have you seen the
states
GOP?
in the world, the only atheist states in the world have dictators who get 95 to 100% of the votes. So again, that's the only thing y'all are offering up in the whole world to compete.
Let me ask you a question. The religious makeup of Japan, do you know it?
The religious make a bunch of what?
The religious makeup of Japan, do you know it?
Oh no, I actually don't know the religious makeup.
60% atheist. What is the religious makeup of the Czech Republic? The religious makeup of the Czech Republic is about 55 to 60% atheist.
Latvia is the highest at 80%, isn't it?
I think so. So when you say that those are the only two that to compete, the dictatorships, is Japan a place that has a dictatorship? Is the Czech Republic a place that has dictatorship?
Hold on, let me look that up.
Yeah, they're not.
Oh, okay. So you're claiming like the Shinto and Buddhists.
I just want to say, as someone who's like training to be a priest in a Japanese Buddhist lineage, we are a minority in Japan. They are mostly atheist.
Interesting.
The host is right, not what you're trying to claim.
Oh, I didn't claim anything about Japan.
Yeah, but you're
I'm
but,
just
but you're
saying
saying
that
but you're saying that if we like the atheist
China
states, hold on,
has
listen.
control.
You're saying that the atheist states to compete with are China and North Korea, and they're all dictatorships. Is Japan a dictatorship? Is the Czech Republic a dictatorship? And like Taylor Tom said, China isn't even atheist. I think they're Buddhists. Well, they're not an official atheist state. I think only North Korea is an official atheist state. China is not an official atheist state.
So you're saying China's not an official atheist state?
If I'm correct on that, okay, let me make sure. Okay, yeah, you're right. They're officially an atheist state. They're officially an atheist state, but they do have freedom of religion, and about 30% of it is Buddhist, I think.
Wait, you're saying China has freedom of religion?
Yes, about 30% of China is Buddhist, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I won't argue anything further and take up your time further. I appreciate your conversation, man. You guys have a great day.
You too. Appreciate you. All right, Silo. I'm sorry to bring you up so late.
Did you want me to leave so you can chat with this other person? I don't know if you didn't mean to invite me on.
Yeah. I did mean to invite you up because you requested a long time ago, and I never brought you up, so that's my bad.
Oh no.
No
You
problem.
are fine.
No problem. I'm not sure how to say this name. Emony or Emino too.
Yeah, it's pronounced Emayo.
Emeo. There we go. Emeo. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You disagree with anything I got on the board?
Sorry, say it again.
Disagree with anything I got on the board?
Sure. So the first prompt says there is no good evidence for a God. With that prompt, my question is simply this. Without defaulting to scientific theory, how do you grapple with the belief of creationism?
How do I grapple with the belief of creationism?
Yes. The belief that God created everything.
I don't. It's stupid.
It's stupid. Okay, so what is the counter to it?
Evolution.
Evolution, okay. That's scientific theory. What would be the actual evidence that that actually happened?
Evidence. Like like paleontology, genetics, biology. We have actual.
Nothing in our.
I'm sorry.
So the reason I bring this up. If it is foolish to completely disregard even the possibility, or no, if it is reasonable to completely disregard the possibility of a God, how could you logically say that that the opposite is true? Is my question.
I'm not sure if I understand your question. Can you say it again?
Okay. So, okay. Sorry, I'll preface my position a little bit better. I apologize. Is the universe eternal?
Probably.
Okay. Is anything within the universe infinite? Any aspect?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. So, given that we can't prove those things, why is it then logically impossible to even consider the possibility that a God created everything?
Like why is it impossible that a God created everything? Is that what you're trying to
Yes.
ask?
Right.
Um, like it the thing is, like, anything is possible, right? Pink unicorns could fly out my ass. Is it probable, or is there any evidence for that to being the case? No. So I
Right.
would say that, is it like completely impossible that a God created universe? Yeah, I guess, to be philosophically correct, it could be possible, but is it probable? No.
So I see the chat saying, how about a lack of evidence? I would actually argue there's more evidence for a creator than us just being a happy accident,
What's the evidence?
you know? So the evidence would, well, the first piece of evidence that I'd point to is intelligence, right? Especially human intelligence, being able to rationalize morality and things like this. Because there is like different forms of intelligent life on Earth, right? Like you might not see that, you might not say that a tree is intelligent, but it's alive, right? We consider it to be alive. You also may say that a dog is intelligent, but it's not intelligent to the level of a human. My point is simply this: intelligence does not come from non-intelligence. How could it then be argued that we are just a happy accident? We came from nothing,
Oh, well,
and we were not made by intelligent design.
intelligence, and intelligence, as far as we know, it's a emergent property. It's something that that just arises out of a combination of a few things. We don't even have a good definition of what intelligence even is. We usually just say it's a way to, like, plan, reason, et cetera, and we know that there's animals across this planet that can do that. Like you said, dogs can plan and reason, whales can plan and reason, so can elephants. You see what I'm saying? And so it's as far as we know, it's just an emergent property. If you said like intelligence doesn't come from non-intelligence, you would have to kind of explain what exactly do you mean by that. Yeah, sure, we give birth to other things, and those things are intelligent. And then they give birth to other organisms, and those organisms are intelligent. Intelligence is just an emergent property. There's no evidence that it comes from something outside of ourselves. And if you think there is evidence that comes from outside of ourselves, you have to say what that is, not just say my personal incredulity tells me that it's impossible, that it didn't come from us. Like that doesn't show anything.
Right. So if it's the case, would you agree with the statement? Would you agree with the statement that humans became intelligent by themselves within a long enough timeline? Like to the extent that we are now, like as intelligent, like we are able to rationalize morality and things like this.
Yeah, we evolved over time.
Okay. So how could that be impossible without an intelligent design?
I'm not saying that it's completely impossible, because, again, to be philosophically correct, anything is possible. We just don't have any evidence of that being the case.
So how could you then argue that there is no evidence for God?
Because you haven't bought any.
I think I just provided pretty good evidence. If you're saying that there is not a 100% impossibility,
That's not
of a
evidence.
God,
Impossibility
not?
is not evidence, because it's not impossible that unicorns can fly out my ass. Do you believe that unicorns can fly out my ass?
No, it is impossible.
No, it's not impossible.
Really?
Yeah, it's
When
not
has that
impossible.
ever happened to any?
Yeah, when has God ever happened? I can ask you the same question.
When has God ever happened?
Yeah.
Always.
Okay,
He is the creator of the universe.
cool. Prove it.
Cool, prove it.
hmm
I could ask you the same question. Prove that God does not exist.
No, you can't,
Yes, I can.
because I can't prove a
Because
negative.
if
You're the
I-
one. You're the one claiming that he is, so you have to prove it.
No, because if I provide you with an example, right? If I say that for this reason there is good evidence for God's existence, and you can test that evidence, it's the burden of proof is on you to prove why your worldview is more valid than mine.
No, the burden of proof is on you, because you're the one who's claiming that it's true, and all you said was that it's not totally impossible. That's not evidence. Saying something is not
about-
totally impossible is not evidence of anything. You're just saying, well, it could happen. Yeah, sure. So what?
Okay. So then how did the universe begin? I'll bring you back to this.
It probably didn't. Probably always just always was.
Okay, it always was. Okay, so what would you say to the scientists who believe that the universe is actually expanding?
No, it's expanding.
It's expanding. Okay, so it's not infinite in that way, but for some reason we're supposed to believe that it's infinite from a time standpoint.
Yes, because like time and space can be eternal, and our current presentation of the universe is not. I know that sounds like mind-boggling, but that's what the math is kind of showing.
So right. Okay. So if that's true, that that the universe is expanding and everything, and everything like that, the universe, then how could we possibly say that the universe is infinite from a time standpoint?
It's just the way that because when we look at the Big Bang, right? The Big Bang was basically the universe at a certain point. We can't tell what was before that, but as far as we know, things like electrons, quarks, leptons, etc., those just always were, because those are elementary particles. Like quarks and electrons, they're not made of anything. Yeah, I mean, they just are. Like if you try to go smaller than an electron, go smaller than a quark, you can't. That's the foundation of all reality. They just kind of are. You see what I'm saying? So like, if those things are the floor of reality, they just always are, and they pop in and out of existence all the time, then that means that they just always are. There's no other way to explain. That's the limit of our physical reality right now. We can't tell anything besides that.
Okay, so why is it more rational to believe in that than just believe in a God who created matter like that?
Because we have evidence of it.
Evidence that quarks exist?
Yeah, we actually there's something called the quantum foam, where scientists create an entire vacuum of, basically they try to get as nothingness as possible, like no atoms, no anything like that. They try to get to nothingness basically, and what they see when they get to this vacuum, they still see quarks, leptons, and electrons popping in and out of existence in like an attosecond. An attosecond is like less than 1/100th of a second. In an attosecond, quarks and leptons pop in and out of existence. That's quantum foam. It's about as nothing as you can get, and it's still something. So nothingness is not a thing. So that's how that's how they were able to show that there always had to be something, because nothingness is not a thing.
Right, I agree. There had to be something that happened first, right? Does matter come from non-matter ever?
As far as we see, yeah. Because again, electrons and quarks pop in and out of existence all the time from literally nothing.
Pop in and out of existence? I don't think that's accurate.
Look up quantum foam.
I don't think so. When did the first quark just pop into existence?
We don't know.
We don't know. Okay. So why is it more valid?
Or there might not have been a first quark. Like I said, there might not have been a first quark. And quarks probably always were.
Okay, always were. So why is that any more valid than me just saying God always was?
You don't have any evidence.
I don't have any evidence?
Mm-hmm.
What about the intelligent human mind?
Again,
quarks can't create that.
Sure they can.
No, they can't.
What do you think quarks do?
Explain one instance that has objectively happened, that you can prove it.
Us? What are you saying?
Us. I could turn around and say God created us. That's not substantive evidence from your standard.
Okay. Do you understand that quarks are the foundation of all reality, correct?
Not necessarily, but go on.
Necessarily. You what is smaller than a quark?
What is smaller than a quark? That's not what I'm arguing.
Okay, so when I say that quarks are the foundation of all reality, that's what I'm talking about. You cannot get smaller than a quark. Quarks, leptons, and electrons are the smallest we can go. There's nothing after that. Literally nothing.
Okay.
So that's the foundation of all reality. when quarks come together, they form atoms, correct? And when atoms come
yeah.
together, they form molecules. And when molecules come together, they form cells. And when cells come together, they form organs. So it just builds up on top of each other. Now, if you're gonna ask me how exactly does that happen, that's more to do with like physics and particle physics and quantum mechanics. I have no clue. You should talk to like Dr. Blitz. But like we're all made of atoms, molecules, quarks. That's what we're all made out of. And intelligence is an emergent property of all that. Like for example,
Okay.
yeah. So like I like to use the example of fire. Fire is like a combination of like, you know, dryness, combustible fuels and everything like that. Like fire itself is an emergent property. That's how intelligence is and consciousness.
Okay, so if that's true, right? If that's true, and humans are just made up of quarks, right? Pretty much, like from the start point to the end point, like this is where we are now, right? We eventually all evolved from quarks, evolving and a long enough evolution down the line that came us. Where does morality come from?
It's an emergent property, something that we decided.
It's something that we decide. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Morals, I think all morals come really from empathy.
Empathy. Okay.
Yeah, that's why every culture across the planet had rules against stealing, had rules against murdering, rules against assaulting people. Every society across the planet had those rules because in order to live in a social, because we're social species, so in order to live that way, we had to make sure that certain behaviors doesn't like affect the entire ecosystem of the society. If you look at other social species such as monkeys, chimps, elephants, you can see that they have those same type of rules. Like monkeys understand what equality is. They've even done experiments on it. Even mice understand what equality is. They've done experiments on it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like every social species kind of has that, and it usually all comes from empathy because we have to live together.
Right. Okay. So if a okay, so where I was going with this, if morality is so basically what you're saying is morality is subjective, is based on what we feel is right. In order to live in a social society, we develop rules, and that's what we decide, right?
Essentially.
So what is stopping? So let me give you this scenario, right? And from your worldview, I want you to tell me if it's right or wrong. If a man is trying to feed his starving family, let's say he was kind of a lower class guy, has a family, is trying to feed them, doesn't have the money to do it, goes and robs a convenience store to feed his family. Was what he did right or wrong?
That's a bit complicated. Because it is complicated because he was wrong in the fact that he took something away from somebody else, but he was right in the fact that he was just trying to feed his family. It's basically the bread, stealing a loaf of bread type of situation. I've always said that morality kind of depends on degrees of harm. Him committing that robbery has a larger degree of harm than him just, taking a bag of chips and running out the store. You see what I mean?
Yeah, right. I get what you're saying. So, but bottom line, right? You agree that overall, it's probably not a good thing he did what he did. Even though you can probably empathize with the reason he did it, it's probably not a good thing that he did it. Bottom line, right?
Yeah, exactly. He did bad actions for a good reason.
Right. So, okay. So how do we know that him going into that convenience store to steal the money or the bag of chips or whatever was wrong? Is there any objective standard for that? Because again, he was just trying to feed his family.
Yeah, there isn't any. It's just that we there's no objective standard because again, like I said, the situation is complicated, and I think most people would say situation is complicated. Like he did something bad because again he violated a person's property. He took away their equality. He decreased their well-being because he probably traumatized that person if he had a gun, especially. You know what I'm saying? So like he did bad actions, even if the bad actions were for a good reason. We just feel what we would probably we would feel like most people would normally feel that what he did was wrong because of what we associate with robbery and what we associate with stealing things. You know what I'm saying? Even if we empathize with the situation, so we'll probably say that's wrong. There's no objective standard for it. Still, there are still most people will be like myself, but there are people out there who would say that what he did was fine, especially the folks who rob people.
True. No, I would completely agree with that. There are some people who think it's fine, but why would they think it's fine if there is an objective standard that outright contradicts it?
That's why it's not objective, because they think it's fine.
Not objective. Okay.
Right. Because if it was objective, they would have thought it was fine. They wouldn't have.
Right. So if everything is subjective, someone is always going to agree that something was, or someone might agree that what he did was right. Right. If everything is subjective, if there's no objective morality, someone might have agreed what he did was right.
Right.
So then, nothing in our world, from a moral standpoint, can be objectively true. Nothing.
Only the consequences.
Only the consequences. Okay. So, but the consequence. Let's say the guy doesn't hurt anybody. Whenever he goes to the convenience store, he doesn't hurt anybody. He just grabs the bag of chips, or he goes behind the register real quick, takes the money, and leaves. He doesn't hurt anybody. Doesn't threaten anybody. He just goes home, buys food for his family.
He still hurt the store. He still hurt the people who own the store because of the money he took.
Sure, but wasn't that for a greater good?
Even if it was for a greater good, it doesn't necessarily balance out. What I would be concerned at that point is to see, why is this person poor? What's going on with them? So we can fix that issue in our society. But like as far as in this example of the moral, it kind of equals out because he did something good to feed his family, but he did something bad by hurting someone else financially. You see what I'm saying? So it's at that point, like me in my personal opinion, it'll probably even out, but one person is still worse off. You know what I'm saying? So like it's still not good. Like my morality is increasing human well-being. So when I mean human well-being, I'm talking about human well-being for the collective, all of us. So if you do something that decreases human well-being for one person, but increases human well-being for somebody else, it doesn't even out to me. You still decrease human well-being.
So this is one of my main problems with secularist theory, because it seems to me that a lot of people think that if there is no objective morality, right? Like who is a government to come in and tell me that I can't steal something? If it's to provide food for my family. Who are they to tell me that?
Our society, our society decided that because again, we're a social species. We need to
Our society decided that, but that's not objective morality, right?
No, it's not.
It's not objective.
No, it's not.
Okay, so nothing is objective from a moral standpoint,
right?
But you seem to have a problem with certain moral things, right? I heard you talking to the last host. You seem to have a problem with slavery, right? I would too. And so I just wonder why, if there is no moral objectivity, why something like that should be considered bad by everyone. Should be.
The consequences.
The consequences. Like what?
Like give me an example, like slavery.
Sure.
Yeah. The consequences of slavery is not just decreasing human well-being, but also the trauma that they face, and the what's that called again? The standard that we put out there that people can own other people, which always decreases the value of humanity, and it decreases equality as well. Like it eliminates equality totally. So the consequences are all negative.
Okay, but let's just say they did it to make money. Let's just say they had slaves to make money and they were greedy and everything like that, and they just wanted slaves so they could get some free labor and make some money. What's wrong with that if there's no moral objective standard?
The consequences are still negative. The consequences of
No, but
slavery, the consequences of slavery still exist even if they did it to make money. As a matter of fact,
okay, so absent,
as a matter of fact,
absent the consequences, let's just say everybody who was a slave got paid reparations, okay? What would have been objectively wrong about it then?
no, if it would still be wrong because again, even if you got paid reparations, the situation was still negative consequences.
Like what?
Like I told you, decreasing equality, decreasing their human self-worth, the type of standard that we put out there, like the psychological harm that it causes being a slave. These are all studied. We know what slavery causes. CeeLo, you can interrupt in a second. Give me 1 second because I think CeeLo had a question for you. And sweet Uncle Rory, was that Rory or Rory? Give me 1 second. Yeah, sweet Uncle Rory, give me a few minutes as well. Right after I answer this, CeeLo, you can go ahead, CeeLo. But yeah, the consequences are the psychological and social harm that it caused. So even if they got paid reparations, the situation was still wrong. Like, just don't have slavery.
Okay. So this is the point I'm trying to make with all of this. Okay. This can be the final point if you want. When you say there is no good evidence for God, I just disagree, and we may have to agree to disagree, and that's fine. When you say there is no good evidence for a God, and it could be any God, right? It could be the Muslim God, it could be the Christian God, it could be anything.
Correct.
I think that it would be impossible to argue any kind of inverse because you cannot prove that the universe is eternal, right? You cannot prove that matter has always existed for all of time. Beyond that, there's no example anywhere that intelligence comes from non-intelligence, right? Like a rock is never going to evolve into a human being. It will never happen, or anything like it. That's the point I'm trying to make here. I don't think it logically follows to assert that there is no evidence for a God, just 100%, but then also say we came from nothing.
Okay.
Because there's no evidence in our universe to support that.
Okay. No, but this is what I would say in response from what we've seen. Inorganic matter can in the right conditions creates organic matter, and we saw that with the Miller-Urey experiment. Where they put like inorganic matter in certain type of conditions, shocked it a little bit, and they were able to see organic components. So we do know that does happen. It's basically essentially life coming from non-life, because again, inorganic matter put in a certain condition, it creates organic matter. It's an emergent property that does happen. So when it comes to things like intelligence, it's the same thing. It's just an emergent property. You know what I mean? As far as we can't really prove that matter has always existed. As far as we've seen, quarks like quarks, leptons, and electrons have always been a thing. Nothingness cannot exist. There is no nothingness. So quarks, leptons, and electrons had to always have existed as far as we know, unless you can find a way to create an electron, which as we see is impossible because electrons are not actually made of anything. What you're saying is really against the science that we have. But CeeLo wanted to go ahead and say something. CeeLo, go ahead.
What I was gonna say isn't trying to it's interrupting y'all and it's a side tangent. Could you ban you can ban me too for this, but can you ban Nathan Hebrew Levite and Dennis H. Cook? They're like straight up saying that like the Holocaust is funny and that should happen in the comments.
I got you. Give me a second.
Ban me too if it makes it fair, but that shit's disgusting. I'm sorry for cursing on live. That stuff is disgusting, hateful ideology and should not be tolerated in public.
I got you. Give me a second.
Thank you.
Alrighty. All right, but yeah, we're at the 1 minute mark. So Emilio, I appreciate you being up here. I'll see you. We'll see you
Yeah, I
later.
appreciate
Okay?
you for having me, bro.
Not a problem. All right, y'all. This is probably gonna be my last one. Ooh, I got two of them. Rory and Juma Juma. Give me a second, all right? I'm sorry, CeeLo, what you said?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying something.
No, not a problem. All right, so let's see if Uncle Rory is still here. If he's not, I'll just bring up Juma Juma. But again, I do appreciate you all being here. We're at 6.4K likes, 19 people in here. Let's try to get this live up to 7K. And then I'm going to go ahead and end it for the night. Uncle Rory might not be here. Let's go ahead and bring up Juma Juma. Let's see if Juma Juma is still here. All right, Juma Juma is still here. Uncle Rory is not, unfortunately. We'll have to go ahead and take out Uncle Rory. And Juma Juma, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right, Juma. You over 18 for TikTok purposes?
Yes, sir.
All right. You disagree with what I have on the board?
I'm sorry. You cut off a little bit.
I do apologize. Do you disagree with what I have on the board?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I
W.
agree.
W, yeah. Yeah, I thought you disagreed. I was going to make you my last guess. Not a problem. All right, man. No problem. We could you could go ahead and stay on up. I do appreciate everybody being here. I was going to make my last announcements. All right, y'all. We went and got through all the guests. I've been on live for 4 hours. Again, go ahead and click the link tree in my bio. Subscribe to my YouTube, please, because we're gonna be taking this over there. If Lemonade starts to have the same functionality of live on TikTok, I'll be on there as well. I do agree with you, Dennis. No war but class war. Hopefully people get that now. I think with the unaliving of that CEO, it's seeing everybody saying, I don't care. We're gonna have no war but class war. So I appreciate that. Juma, I appreciate you coming up. Sorry that I had to get you, last. So it's all good. You know what I mean? Follow me, drop me a follow, and make sure to drop CeeLo and Juma a follow as well, y'all.
Absolutely.
I do appreciate everybody who was here. We did get to 6.4K likes. Again, I have a YouTube. Look in the link tree in my bio. Subscribe to that. And also follow me on Lemonade. We might be going over there when TikTok gets banned. I appreciate you all being here. And y'all have a good one, all right? Peace.
Thank you.